Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the new WHBJ Sunday Night Radio. This one's downloadable, folks. This one's going to be in the archives on Spreaker. It's only going to run once, 5 hours, or as close as I can get to 5 hours. If I go over, it's going to shut down. I apologize ahead of time. I don't think it will, though. I'm Hutch Bailey Jr. I told you we were going to keep the Sunday night shows on. Combine Saturday and Sunday into one. I'm adding a couple, too. If you look at the schedule, you'll see I added the Black Patriot show, one of my favorite. From week to week, we're going to have some episodes of True Crime Historian as well. Those two shows rose to the top, ladies and gentlemen. Although they were all good. I want to thank any creators. If you are listening right now, thank you very much for the kind emails and things of that nature. New Right Network, we wish you all the luck in the world. Tonight we're going to listen to History B on Memorial Day and President William McKinley. We raised the Stars and Stripes over Japan with Mark S. Schwartz. A Radio with 3 episodes of The Morning Moment. Steel City Resistance, episode 49. The Black Patriot Show, and why would you want to give up the Electoral College? I hope you caught his last show about cultural Marxism. I'm going to try to get him on Cold War Radio and talk about that. He did a magnificent job. 41-minute podcast. He hit it out of the park, ladies and gentlemen. There's just no question. He really rocked it.
Bell ripped a double to the notch. And this one soars out of here. Wow! It leaves the ballpark on the fly. Hello, Elegant.
Ladies and gentlemen, after that, we have a special presentation of A Radio, wrapping up the evening. Hopefully we can squeeze them all in there. No use messing around. Let's go right to History B.
Hello, Patriots, and welcome to this episode of History B. In 2015, Barack Obama renamed what had officially been known as Mount McKinley after President William McKinley since 1917, reverting the name of the highest mountain peak in North America to its native Alaskan name, Denali. In 2018, the California town of Arcata voted to remove the bronze statue of the 25th president from the public square. This last bit of information came to my attention by way of Kim Lala Joe, a wonderful Patriot lady who left me a message about it in the comment section. Thank you, Kim Lala Joe. I do become concerned when factions of society try to erase history. History belongs to all of us, and no one group has the right to erase it and keep it from future generations just because it is distasteful, painful, or unjust to them. That sounds a lot like a fascist tactic to me. This idea really actually boggles my mind, to be honest. It's like telling your child, no, you can't see what's in the closet. You're not allowed in there. Of course, the child's curiosity is going to overrule, and in a moment when the parent is unaware, we know what the kid's going to do. Same thing holds true. We're telling this generation, no, you can't know that history. That history's not important. We keep things from them. So for all the efforts belayed by cultist leftism to erase our history, the opposite is actually taking place. Generation Z is going to open the closet. Now, it's interesting to note that the leftist bent for erasing political incorrect figures from public society no longer is reserved for slave owners, Confederate generals, and segregationists. In fact, William McKinley actually fought in the Civil War to abolish slavery, and according to an article in the Washington Times, resisted the demands to fire Catholic workers as governor of Ohio and appointed a record number of blacks to federal positions as president. So then why this hate for President McKinley? When the leftist cult group decides to purge the country of a person either from the past or the present, I have to wonder, what sort of power does said person have that they fear? Fear to the point of defamation of character, to the point that said person is either no longer remembered by our conformed society or remembered with such loathing that a new swell of indignation surfaces every time his name is mentioned. So I began looking into the life of this William McKinley, our 25th president, and what I learned explains much about the evil that we patriots fight, and fight we must. Really, the fighting never ceased. In some ways, it's puzzling that McKinley isn't better known today. He was, after all, a man with a compelling personal story, a Civil War veteran who risked his life to get hot food and coffee to other soldiers in the Battle of Antietam. He eventually became the last Civil War vet to serve in the White House. He represented Ohio for 14 years in Congress and also served 2 terms as that state's governor. He was elected president in a landmark 1890.
You're listening to WHBJ, Digital Talk Radio and History from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that clip is a little bit low and there's nothing I can do about it on the Spreaker studio, so we're going to start it over. I hope you guys are all right with that. You should be able to hear it a little bit better right now.
Hello, Patriots, and welcome to this episode of History Bee. In 2015, Barack Obama renamed what had officially been known as Mount McKinley after President William McKinley since 1917, reverting the name of the highest mountain peak in North America to its native Alaskan name, Denali. In 2018, the California town of Arcata voted to remove the bronze statue of the 25th president from the public square. This last bit of information came to my attention by way of Kim Lala Joe, a wonderful Patriot lady who left me a message about it in the comment section. Thank you, Kim Lala Joe. I do become concerned when factions of society try to erase history. History belongs to all of us, and no one group has the right to erase it and keep it from future generations just because it is distasteful, painful, or unjust to them. That sounds a lot like a fascist tactic to me. This idea really actually boggles my mind, to be honest. It's like telling your child, no, you can't see what's in the closet. You're not allowed in there. Of course, the child's curiosity is going to overrule, and in a moment when the parent is unaware, we know what the kid's going to do. Same thing holds true. We're telling this generation, no, you can't know that history. That history's not important. We keep things from them. So for all the efforts belayed by cultist leftism to erase our history, the opposite is actually taking place. Generation Z is going to open the closet. Now, it's interesting to note that the leftist bent for erasing political incorrect figures from public society no longer is reserved for slave owners, Confederate generals, and segregationists. In fact, William McKinley actually fought in the Civil War to abolish slavery, and according to an article in the Washington Times, resisted the demands to fire Catholic workers as governor of Ohio and appointed a record number of blacks to federal positions as president. So then why this hate for President McKinley? When the leftist cult group decides to purge the country of a person either from the past or the present, I have to wonder, what sort of power does said person have that they fear? Fear to the point of defamation of character, to the point that said person is either no longer remembered by our conformed society or remembered with such loathing that a new swell of indignation surfaces every time his name is mentioned. So I began looking into the life of this William McKinley, our 25th president, and what I learned explains much about the evil that we patriots fight, and fight we must. Really, the fighting never ceased. In some ways, it's puzzling that McKinley isn't better known today. He was, after all, a man with a compelling personal story, a Civil War veteran who risked his life to get hot food and coffee to other soldiers in the Battle of Antietam. He eventually became the last Civil War vet to serve in the White House. He represented Ohio for 14 years in Congress and also served 2 terms as that state's governor. He was elected president in a landmark 1896 campaign in which he seldom traveled, instead giving speeches from the front porch of a rented home in Canton, Ohio, to crowds of supporters whom the GOP brought in by train. That campaign was the first big money contest in the history of United States politics. Ohio political kingmaker Mark Hanna raised millions from corporations, a practice that eventually became illegal. McKinley ran as a pro-business candidate, and once in office, he worked to strengthen the U.S. economy, which at the time was struggling to escape a downturn. McKinley called Congress into a special session to enact tariffs on imports as a way to raise government revenue and encourage the expansion of industry and creation of jobs for American workers. Sounds a little familiar, according to historian Lewis L. Gould. He later signed into law a bill that established gold-backed U.S. currency. All things, I'm sure, strongly disliked by the globalists. But McKinley's domestic policies were overshadowed by international affairs. In 1898, McKinley led the nation to victory in the Spanish-American War, which marked the first emergence of the U.S. as a global power. With this war, we became a world power for the first time. We received the territories of the Philippines, Guam, and Puerto Rico. McKinley sought counsel about what to do with the Philippines from all sides, Democrats as well as Republicans, but received little help. He walked the floors of the White House night after night until midnight, and in his words, quote, "I am not ashamed to tell you that I went down on my knees and prayed Almighty God for light and guidance more than one night. Finally," he said, the answer came to him, that there was nothing left for us to do but to take them all and to educate the Filipinos and uplift and civilize and Christianize them, and by God's grace do the very best we could by them, as our fellow men for whom Christ also died. Quote. The next morning, he sent for the chief engineer of the War Department, a.k.a. the map maker at the time, and told him to put the Philippines on the map of the United States, pointing to a large map on the wall of his office. And he said, quote, "And there they are, and there they shall stay while I am president." He saw America not as their master, but as their emancipator. Now, McKinley was reelected in 1900, but his second term was cut short by a shocking tragedy. While visiting the Pan American Exposition in 1901, McKinley was shot by an anarchist named Leon Churgos, and he died 8 days later. The assassin's work had shocked the nation. The president found a mighty nation when he was called into office. Washington had established its independence. Jefferson had outlined its civic purpose. Monroe had warned the world of its growing importance. Lincoln held it together against an inherited struggle. McKinley found the nation strong and rich, but torn by seeds of dissension. With a courtesy chivalry had never approached, with a kindliness so apparent that it allowed of no doubt, he touched the sensitive point and pronounced the words that restored the unity of purpose that had marked the Continentals when they fought and starved together in 1776. The nation wept over this fallen leader. The people learned that the funeral services would be held at the Milburn House, and that later his body would lie in state at the City Hall. Down the streets they stretched out, two abreast, for half a mile in two directions, silent or talking in hushed tones. It was at 4 o'clock when 150 Native Americans dressed in their many-colored blankets with painted faces entered the hall. A great wreath of asters had preceded them, bearing an inscription to the Great White Chief. As they came into the hall in a great group, they fell into a line of two abreast and so passed up to where the coffin lay. As each Indian came up, he halted, drew a white aster from the folds of his blanket, and gently placed it on the coffin. The following touching inscription accompanied the wreath of purple asters. Quote, "Farewell of Chief Geronimo, Blue Horse, Flatiron and Red Shirt, and the 700 braves of the Indian Congress. Like Lincoln and Garfield, President McKinley never abused authority except on the side of mercy. The martyred Great White Chief will stand in memory next to the Savior of mankind. We loved him living. We love him still." Quote. I believe this speaks greatly of his character and of his faith and the sort of man he was. He never made an effort to conceal his faith. In his inaugural address, he declared, quote, "There is no safer reliance than upon the God of our fathers, who has so singularly favored the American people in every national trial, and who will not forsake us so long as we obey his commandments and walk humbly in his footsteps." Quote. I would give anything to see the pansy left activists who cite McKinley's mistreatment of American Indians and policy of territorial expansion as grounds for his statue's removal go up against the real Indians who attended McKinley's viewing. You know, the Sioux and the Arapaho, who, when they heard that the white chief had been shot, desired to hunt the murderer until caught and give him the terrible Apache formula, torturing him with many varieties of pain. The truth is, McKinley signed something called the Curtis Act in 1898. It was an amendment to the Dawes Act, which broke up tribal governments in Indian Territory and paved the way for Oklahoma to become a state in 1907. It was officially titled the Act for the Protection of the People of Indian Territory. Now, let's talk a little bit about Charles Curtis. Charles Curtis, the congressman from Kansas who authored it, was part Native American and actually raised in part on the Kaw Reservation. He believed that the 5 civilized tribes needed to make some changes. He thought that the way ahead for Native Americans was through education and the use of both their and majority cultures. The Curtis Act authorized the incorporation of towns in Indian Territory and provided that residents could vote for city officials. And then once Oklahoma became a state, residents could vote for both state and national officials. The bottom line here is that the leftist cult wants us to hate America. We had a president for 8 years who fed their venomous agenda, hence renaming Mount McKinley, chipping away at our heritage bit by bit until it is unrecognizable. What they don't know is that we're not falling for it anymore. Or maybe they do know that, and it's why they're so desperate. Yes, they may be able to rename mountains, remove statues, and tear down murals. But what they can't do is change history. You know what else they can't do? They can't tell the Ancient of Days what to do. And he's the one in charge. He's the one who holds the past and the present and the future in the palm of his hand. He laughs at their flimsy, trivial tactics. Justice is coming. Pray up and keep your powder dry. God bless. Please give me your feedback in the comments below. I always say it, but it's because it's so true. I love learning from you. Also, let me know if there is a topic of American history you want me to cover. Thanks for watching. And again, a little special shout out to Kim Lala Joe. Thanks for watching and keep making America great. Oh, and don't forget to subscribe to the Smart and Passionate Patriots in the links below. They are on fire with the truth, and it'll do you good to hear what they have to say. God bless. Hello, Patriots, and welcome to this episode of History Bee. Well, while the leftists are having a sex strike to protest killing more babies and using activist judges to undermine our Constitution and brainwashing students in the ways of socialism in college campuses all across America and eroding our American history down to just being old white men who had slaves and attempting to take away our straws, hamburgers, and planes to save the earth before it dies in 12 years. Oh, and now there's something wrong with cauliflower. Let's get real. As patriots, we have common sense. The world needs us. We also have a love of country because we know what our country stands for. It's the grand experiment that no one thought possible. A government of the people, by the people, and for the people. The idea of self-government was so earth-shattering and obviously so upsetting that the globalist community still fights to destroy it. We are who they fear the most, because our heroes are the likes of Patrick Henry, who said, "I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death." So as we approach this Memorial Day, let us not forget those who made that ultimate sacrifice for our nation and what she represents all over the world. Now, it's easy to skim over the gravity of the holiday and move on to the fun and games, enjoying family, soaking in a 3-day weekend, and kicking off the summer season. But those of us who have suffered the loss of loved ones in our families and our friends in war do not dismiss the somber message of Memorial Day so easily. A great patriot who goes by Warhorse online is a vet, and he commented that to him, the heroes are the people he served with who never came home. God bless you, Warhorse, and thank you. Let's take a moment to look back at the origin of this American holiday. 154 years ago, one of the earliest commemorations in America for those who died in war was organized by freed slaves. As the Civil War was nearing its end, thousands of Union prisoners of war were moved to hastily built camps in Charleston, South Carolina. The conditions at these camps were inhumane, to say the least. At one camp, a former racetrack near the city's citadel, today known as Hampton Park, was so bad that more than 250 prisoners died from disease or exposure. They were unceremoniously buried in a mass grave behind the track's grandstand. 1 week after the Confederates surrendered, ending the tragic Civil War, former slaves and black workmen spent 2 weeks exhuming the soldiers' remains and gave each soldier a proper burial. They also constructed a fence to protect the site with an archway at the entrance engraved with the words, "Martyrs of the Race Course." Then 1 week later, on May 1st, 1865, more than 1,000 freed slaves, accompanied by regiments of the U.S. colored troops and a handful of white Charlestonians, gathered to consecrate the proper burial site for the Union dead with hymns and readings. The ceremony included a parade of as many as 10,000 people, including 3,000 black school children, singing the Union marching song, "John Brown's Body," while carrying armfuls of flowers. Could this moving ceremony, held by freed slaves on May 1st, 1865, have sparked the idea of instating a national holiday? Memorial Day officially dates back to an 1868 ceremony in Decatur, Illinois, when Major General John A. Logan of the Grand Army of the Republic, a fraternal organization composed of veterans of the Union Army, called for May 30th to be National Decoration Day for the more than 620,000 soldiers killed in the recently ended Civil War. On Decoration Day, Americans were to adorn the graves of the war dead with flowers in honor of their sacrifice. It's good to know that even before the war ended, women's groups across much of the South were gathering informally on various days to decorate the graves of the Confederate dead. In April 1886, the Ladies' Memorial Association of Columbus, Georgia, resolved to commemorate the fallen once a year. According to his wife, this influenced Logan to follow suit. Americans embraced the notion of Decoration Day immediately. In fact, in the first year, more than 27 states held some sort of ceremony, and by 1890, every state had adopted it as an official holiday. But for more than 50 years, the holiday was used to commemorate those killed just in the Civil War, not in any other American conflict. It wasn't until America's entry into World War I that the tradition was expanded to include those killed in all wars, and Memorial Day was officially recognized nationwide in 1971 while America was deeply embroiled in the Vietnam War. Each year on Memorial Day, A national moment of remembrance takes place at 3 p.m. your local time. Memorial Day should be more than barbecues, super sales, and a day off work. The cost of our freedom must never be forgotten. It doesn't need to be 24 hours of uninterrupted sadness, but there should be some reverence given. Please take a moment to watch a stirring tribute of Lois Edwards Dean's burial at sea. I put the link below. He was a Navy gunner that was killed in action during the Battle of Manila Bay on November 5th, 1944. He was the turret gunner in a TBF Avenger aircraft. His aircraft landed safely, but his gun and his seat were so riveted with shell fire, his canopy was shattered, and his body so tattered that it could not be removed. His fingerprints were recorded, his body covered with a shroud, and his TBF Avenger was taken aft and placed in honor at center on the tail end of the flight deck. The crew gathered for committal services and prayer. Then the TBF Avenger was gently slid off the deck into the sea. This was an all too common occurrence in battle, but rarely captured on film. How can we possibly forget? I promise that if you watch this, it will stay with you forever. I shared this with my 5th graders so they knew why they had off school on Monday. We stood to watch it. I challenge you to pause at 3 o'clock this Memorial Day and quietly thank God for the many lives sacrificed for the freedom we enjoy in our blessed U.S. of A. I like to thank Black Mirror, a great patriot I follow on YouTube, for sharing the Lois Edwards Dean's tribute. I am just passing it along. I put the link in the description box below. I beg you to watch it. Thank you for being here. We're here because of heroes like Lois Edwards Dean. God bless, stay united, and keep making America great. Again, please comment below. I always learn so much from my subscribers. And don't forget to sub to the amazing Patriot channels listed there. God bless.
You're listening to WHBJ Digital Talk from the 412. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host, Hutch Bailey Jr. Thank you, History. Always a great addition. A little bit low. We had to restart it, but it'll be all right. Please support rspnmusic.bandcamp.com, madisonrising.com, and freemusicarchive.org. They help the show out. Let's help them out. Now, for a triple header of A Radio's Morning Moment. Well, I guess I better announce the right show. We Raise the Stars and Stripes Over Japan, a doubleheader by Mark Schwartz, an excellent manuscript given to him by his godfather. I recognize the music right away, so let's get back into it.
Welcome to the We Raise the Stars and Stripes Over Japan podcast. My name is Mark Schwartz, and I'm privileged to read for you today the diaries of men, both American and other allies, who were imprisoned throughout the Great Pacific War, World War II, in and around Kobe, Japan. This is episode number 29 of the We Raise the Stars and Stripes Over Japan podcast. And today we'll start right in on August 1st, 1942. Charles F. Gregg. Police turned over 2 more rooms for use of internees due to Mrs. Allen's leaving. This made a good opportunity for a general reshifting of rooms. Those who had previously been sleeping dormitory style were given first choice, and then the rest of us drew lots for rooms. Results: 4 men are in Mrs. A's front bedroom facing on the street and with a balcony porch right off their own room. Fred Oppenborn, Jim Thomas, Bob Vaughn, and Grant Wells have separate rooms, and I'm in a room across the hall from one Carl and I had previously. Dr. McNulty and Harry Burroughs are also in the same room, which is 2 beds long and 2.5 beds wide. I was fortunate in the drawing in getting both a private room and bed. Some got neither. In addition, the new room has a tall movable wardrobe locker with 5 shelves on one side and a wash basin with running water, the only room of its kind in the house. Roy Henning: we all move rooms. Have a room with Roy Hahn now. It's very hot night. August 2nd, 1942, Harold Brinkerhoff. Yesterday was hectic. In the public meeting, they decided if there was going to be a reshuffle of officers, there should also be a redistribution of rooms, as some men have had private rooms for several months. 7 months. There was a lot of argument by the selfish ones who wanted to keep their private rooms, but they were overruled in a committee set up to reassign the rooms. Brunton McNulty and I lost our rooms. I'm now in a room with 5 other fellows. They were all residents of Guam except Houston, the Standard Oil agent. I drew a private room, but Durham asked me to come in the room with him, so I let my private room go. It's been fellows of the contractor group who have caused all the trouble. There are some fine fellows among them, but on the whole they are ill-mannered, selfish, self-centered, hypocritical, an unsanitary lot of drifters. Our internment brings out the good and the bad in us, mostly the bad. We're all getting on one another's nerves. Everyone is afraid the other is getting a larger share or enjoying some special privilege. Any unusual conversation or act brings suspicion. We're about to be issued a sheet. The men in my room are Durham, Hanson, Houston, and Old Man Vaughn, who happened to be Buddy Durham's father-in-law. Brunton got in the big 16-man room. Charles F. Gregg. Still very hot. About 95 degrees for most of the time. Lots of the men have had cases of heat rash. I've been doctoring mine and have consequently had very little trouble. Church by Incerti and Father Felix today. Exercise in the street a half hour before breakfast and an hour and a half after dinner, regardless of penalty for men skipping house. Sakamoto-san and Tara-san came by today, but could get nothing definite from them about exchange possibilities. Roy Henning. Sunday. Warm. Humid. I was reading and finished a pencil sketch. August 3rd, 1942. Charles F. Gregg. Read Cecil Roberts' They Wanted to Live, a sequel to Victory 430 today. Not as good as the first book. Did some washing and sweltered in the heat. Grant Wells still in the hospital. Food is good and bad by streaks. Yesterday good at noon. Last night had to send all of it back. Spoiled and poorly prepared and seasoned. Harold Brinkerhoff. Our supper last night was literally rotten. Everyone sent it back. All we ate was our bread and we drank our tea. Roy Henning. A killer of a day. Sweating gallons. Work on library, arranging. August 4th, 1942. Roy Henning. Read the play Mikado. Very hot weather. August 5th, 1942. Harold Brinkerhoff. 11 months since I left my loved ones on the dock at Wilmington. Oh, how long will I be How long will it be before I see them again? We hope to have good news when the Osama Maru returns on the 17th. It's so hot one hardly sleeps at night. I've been sleeping on the rubber tile floor. One perspires like a fountain if you sleep on the bed. We're surrounded by high buildings, and there is hardly a stirring of the air. There have been sheets for a week, but they haven't been distributed. Since Sakamoto left, nothing has been done. The guards just seem to like to prolong everything. Our food has been a little better since we had a siege of ptomaine poisoning. I was broken out with prickly heat, but has gone away. Some of the fellows are really suffering from it. Roy Henning. Read The Bridge of San Luis Rey. A little cooler today. August 6, 1942. Charles F. Gregg. Continuing hot weather day and night. Continuing rice and wood pulp bread as the main staple of the diet, with occasional good soup of vegetables. Still no exercise in the park, but walk for half an hour before breakfast and after dinner in the street adjacent to the house. Have been giving bread left over from our meals away. It amounts to 4 to 6 pounds daily from 2 tables. Too hot to eat much starch. Some candy has come into the house. About 24 pieces of small caramel type. A piece really tasted good. Thursday night had hard rain for about half an hour, and it's a little cooler but sultry this morning. The Tatuta Maru left Shanghai yesterday after taking aboard 400 and some British from China and Manila. No word about our own prospects of going. Fanny's birthday in the States, but no use to send a cable greetings. Thursday, gave sheets to each man, so they now have 2 sheets each. We had asked for sheets in May. They were brought to the Institute July 30th. Matsuda kept them in the office during 1 week of the hottest weather. Harold Brinkerhoff. It's 9:15. We just finished our cleanup. The Japs issued us sheets. We have had them during the real hot weather. It's raining and the heat has broken a little. We should be able to get a good night's sleep. What a hell of a country. Either roast or freeze to death. Roy Henning. Read Idle Thoughts of an Idle Fellow, very good. Made inventory of many things. My things, sorry. There probably weren't many at all. August 7th, 1942. Although I should say, in all fairness, some guys were real pack rats. August 7th, 1942, Harold Brinkerhoff. Today is little Kenny Katz's birthday. My little boy is 12 years old. I wish I could give him some birthday swats. I don't think I'd be very hard on him. It rained again this afternoon, so we should have another good night. Some of the fellows talked to a well-educated businessman today. He said that most of the businessmen are free thinkers and are beginning to wonder what good the war is bringing to them. Today is the 8th rescript today. Our caterer was stingy. Every other rescript day we've been given a dessert. Charles F. Gregg. Rained most of the day yesterday and last night, but still hot and sticky today. Sakamoto came by today and said hello. Very friendly, and said he was sorry that Carl and I were not still in the same room. We went to park in the afternoon. First time in 3 weeks I've been out of the house. Saw Uzumeda, who expressed his opinion on being asked that if there was another exchange, we would be included. Said very few Americans still in Japan that wanted to leave. Definitely they were among them. Roy Henning. Bought a pair of wooden thread slippers. Raining, much cooler now. August 8th, 1942. Charles F. Gregg. Reading Sorrel and Son by Whbj-Db. One of the best I've read since internment. Roy Henning. Read Peking Dust. Studied Japanese writing with Father Pellet. August 9th, 1942, Harold Brinkerhoff. The paper says that the Axis, including Japan, should prepare for a 100-year war. God forbid. The ferocity and potential of aircraft would make a war of this length an impossibility. The Sama Maru will arrive on August 20th. We had a big thunderstorm today. The mosquitoes are still quite bad. We still sleep without covers, but we don't lie in a pool of sweat. Charles F. Gregg. Thunder showers and rain today. Real old-fashioned sheet lightning and rolls of thunder. Since men have moved into rooms that Mrs. Allen vacated, the pool room is now open, and we're allowed to play 2 hours a day. 2 hours for 74 men is not so much. A Sama Maru in Singapore and expected in Yokohama on the 20th. Still quite hot and stuffy. No outside news. Roy Henning. Sunday. Went to the park and exercised. Reading Adventures in Contentment. Played 2.5 hours of snooker. A lot of fun. August 10th, 1942. Harold Brinkerhoff. 8 months of captivity. I hope it won't be 8 months more. Charles F. Gregg. Grant Wells and Father Marquette returned from the hospital. Still very weak after 14 days of illness from ptomaine poisoning. No scuttlebutt, but Father Marquette received a letter from his mother in the United States via International Red Cross Switzerland, and mention made that our radio broadcasts of January were received. Roy Henning. Started writing Japanese characters this morning. Pleasant weather now.
In the Navy, every Navy man's a right guy. Everyone gives him the bright eye, and the Navy, they do right by. To a sailor, all the world is just his Main Street. When you're in the Navy, you're in the world's best fleet. First you take your training as a boot, swing a hammock, navigate and shoot, shove off in ships and subs and planes. The 7 seas are open lanes. When the foe is down with Davy Jones, folks will welcome home their Rolling Stone. Oh, every Navy man's a king, and you'll hear everybody sing. Here comes the Navy, break out the red, white, and blue. Here comes the Navy, fighting and sea-going crew. Make way for Navy, Navy with anchors away. Everybody loves the Navy of the USA. First you take your training as a boot, swing a hammock and navigate and shoot, shove off in ships and in subs and in planes. The 7 seas are open lanes. Here comes the Navy. Sing a song of good cheer, 'cause the Navy is here. Everybody loves the Navy of the USA.
There you go. Here comes the Navy with the Andrews Sisters in 1942. August 11th, 1942, Harold Brinkerhoff. Two fellows who went to the hospital were brought back some good scuttlebutt if it materializes. They talked to a Belgian and an English woman there on American passports. They said the Swiss consul told them they were to leave September 1st and that we're going also. Charles F. Gregg. Big naval battle off Solomon Islands. The Japanese claim to have sunk or destroyed 2 battleships, 4 cruisers, 4 destroyers, 11 transports, 34 airplanes. Also a short article on the U.S. starting a big offensive in the Aleutian Islands and being repulsed. Second British exchange boat left Yokohama for Lorenzo Marques. Roy Henning. News and big naval engagement. U.S. loses 28 ships. August 12, 1942. Harold Brinkerhoff. The paper says the most extensive sea battle so far is being fought in the Solomon Islands. The Japs claim to have won, but the battle still rages. They claim to have sunk 28 ships as follows. Report of August 11th, 1 battleship, 9 cruisers, 8 destroyers, 10 transports, 41 bombers and fighter planes down. The paper says today the Americans only admit 1 cruiser and several transports. The odd thing is the Japs do not deny the American claims, nor do they say anything about the 28 ships sunk, as reported yesterday. The Japs admit loss of 7 planes and damage to 2 cruisers. There was an air raid warning about noon. The red flag came out for a while. The sirens did not sound. The white flag warning is still up at 6:30 p.m. We're to have blackouts tonight. A report said Tokyo was raided. I don't believe these reports anymore. They fly so thick and fast and can't be verified. Charles F. Gregg. Have read On a Chinese Screen by W. Somerset Maugham and Jane Eyre by Charlotte Bronte. Indians in open revolt and Gandhi and 150 other leaders of Indian National Congress arrested. Roy Henning. Good weather now. Air raid alarm day and night. Slow day. Read and study. Practice on an abacus. August 13th, 1942. Harold Brinkerhoff. We had a queer apple this morning. It had the shape of an apple, the color and skin of a winter pear, and the taste of a winter pear. We had a potato salad at noon with bananas in it. We get so little fruit it tasted very good. The white flag was out all day yesterday and was just taken down this morning. I feel very homesick this morning. For breakfast we had a small bunch of Concord grapes, about 12 in number. It is grape time at home. Spirits have risen. Everyone is sure we'll be going home the last part of the month. The Osama Maru will be in 6 days from now. We expect to hear some news by that time. For supper we had a half of a sea slug stuffed with rice. Roy Henning. Overcast and warm. Start lesson 11 in the Japanese book. 3 guitars and 3 ukuleles in instruction in the institute now. August 14th, 1942. Charles F. Gregg. Air raid precautions and white flag, condition 1, in effect the last 3 days. Unusual activity and not like the previous monthly drills. Rumor of any enemy planes over part of Japan. The people are worried. Kobe in blackout at night. No further news of U.S. attack on Aleutian Islands and little regarding Solomon Island naval battle. Germans about to take Stalingrad and sank British aircraft carrier in the Mediterranean. No exercise of any kind last few days and have not been able to go to the park for several weeks. The Skull decreed no music of phonographs, piano, or otherwise, except on Sunday and after 6 p.m. Still plenty hot, but cool breeze occasionally comes into the warehouse apartment. Read Arches of the Years by Halliday Sutherland. Roy Henning. Finished reading Theory of the Leisure class. Working on my drawing from the window. Took sunbathe out at the courtyard. August 15th, 1942. Charles F. Gregg. Scorching heat, moderating with occasional showers. No exercise. Food still of bad quality, consisting mainly of bread, 50% wood, and rice complete with worms. Scuttlebutt stronger and stronger as the Samaru due back on the 20th, and talk of immediate second American exchange is rampant. Will we soon return home? War news. Solomon Islands still banner news, with 25 U.S. and Great Britain warships and 10 U.S. transports sunk, 2 Japanese cruisers damaged slightly, 27 battle planes dove to glorious death into Allied warcraft. U.S. and Australian fleets completely annihilated. Again. Harold Brinkerhoff. Half the month is dragged by. The Japs now claim to have sunk 29 warships and 11 transports, and still say they had 2 cruisers slightly damaged at the Solomons. Roy Henning. Reading Love Comes of Age, Good Sociology. Good chat with a man at the soak shop.
Peaceful old valley with a carpet of corn for a floor, and I heard a voice within me whisper, this is worth fighting for. I saw a little old cabin and the river that flowed by the door, and I heard a voice within me whisper, this is worth fighting for. Didn't I build that cabin? Didn't I plant that corn? Didn't my folks before me fight for this country before I was born? I gathered my loved ones around me, and I gazed at each face I adore. Then I heard that voice within me thunder, this is worth fighting for. My loved ones around me, and I gazed at each face I adore. Then I heard that voice within me thunder, this is worth fighting for.
That was This Is Worth Fighting For by Tommy Dorsey and his orchestra, or Jimmy Dorsey and his orchestra with Bob Emerly singing. Thanks so much for listening today. This was episode number 29 of the We Raise the Stars and Stripes Over Japan podcast. Kind of a short edition, half size, but that's okay. I'm sure you guys appreciate getting the latest diary entries. And thanks a lot for listening. Bye-bye now. Welcome to the We Raise the Stars and Stripes Over Japan podcast. My name is Mark Stephen Schwartz, and I'm pleased and privileged to read to you the diaries of American civilians and allies who were interned in and around Kobe, Japan during the Great Pacific War, World War II. This will be episode 30 of We Raise the Stars and Stripes Over Japan podcast, and I'll start right in on August 16th, 1942. Harold Brinkerhoff. Today is my brother Spencer's birthday. I hope he's not in the Army. An account says the American Marines had already landed on the Solomons before they were discovered by the Japs. When they saw their ships being sunk right and left, they were so terrified they tried to get back on their transports. In a week, we ought to know if we have any letters on the Osama Maru. Roy Henning. Sunday. Played snooker. Very unlucky today. Had a haircut. Took a long spell in the sun. Read Life of the Bee. August 17th, 1942. Roy Henning. Rain Through the Night. Read Love Comes of Age. August 18th, 1942. Charles F. Gregg. Gutnick called in company with the chief of Kensho, Matsuoka-san. Young and O'Leary asked me into a meeting as carryover for old business. Nothing about the exchange except when it comes it may be on short notice of days or hours. 200 to 300 Americans are still in Japan. Many are in Shanghai, China, Manila Island, and the Philippine Islands are not at present considered in the exchange. Nippon wishes to repatriate as many Japanese as possible, and thus exchange by boatloads as necessary will be continued after the continued exchange until the total exchange is completed. La nouvelle très importante, there we go with French again, something about concerning a letter about Fanny and Chuck for something Director Banquet International Plus. Okay. Mother operated upon and now all right. Family okay. He must have received a letter. Broadcasts received. Shortwave radio still in use listening to Nippon. A miracle. And nonetheless because it shows the astute skill and aggressive diplomacy of dear Fanny. God bless her and all the rest at home. Oh, this is clear. What happened is the head of the Red Cross came down with a special message for Chuck Gregg. Apparently, his sister was able to get a message that his mother had been operated on, so that would confirm that they received the broadcast as well. So this is all good stuff and about as inside as you're ever going to get. Harold Brinkerhoff. We read that the American Marines are still on the Solomons. They pulled a fast one and sneaked in unobserved. Their complete annihilation is expected momentarily. The Japs claim to have sunk 10 more ships, or a total of 50, still no loss to them. Roy Henning. Finish my drawing of scene through my window. The Swiss consul and police chief pay an unofficial visit. No news till the Osama Maru comes in. August 19th, 1942. Charles F. Gregg. More asinine rules issued by the Skull to aggravate the men. Paper warns people to expect air raids. Chief of Staff of South China Army appointed Commander of Home Central Nippon Army. He is a full general and experienced leader. Do the Japs expect their homeland to be raided or invaded? Roy Henning. Read How Perry Opened Japan. Bought Don Wallace's guitar and extra strings. Practiced a session at night at piano. August 20th, 1942. Charles F. Gregg. The Osama Maru docked at Yokohama. Nomura brought 3 American dictionaries home as his sole gifts and was presented with a box of dried fish and some sake upon landing. Roy Henning. Nights are cooler now, can use a sheet. Sunny day. Music for a couple hours at night. August 21st, 1942. Harold Brinkerhoff. It looks like our departure is near. The Swiss consul was here and left receipts for us to fill out 100 yen, which he will bring Monday. He also said for men having medical or oculist bills to get them in for collection. 5 of us went on a shopping trip. This is something that never happened when the skull was in the house. Of course, the boys say it's a sure sign we're leaving. I bought Elzada a scarf for 16.5 yen. The paper says British, French, and Americans landed on the French coast, but were all killed or captured. There's been no mention of the Solomons for 3 days. Charles F. Gregg. Britain, U.S., Canadian, and de Gaulle's force, 1 division, were landed at Dieppe on August 19th and subsequently destroyed or captured by 4 o'clock p.m. August 19th. 1,500 prisoners taken. Went out shopping today, first time since last part of May. Bought bamboo basket, suitcase, zipper bag, etc., ready to leave in case of short notice. Swiss consul left money receipts and a note asking that receipts be prepared for 100 yen for the month of August for each internee, and that all additional receipts for July be ready for him Monday. What is coming off? Lots of talk and scuttlebutt resulting from this. Big air raid drill and exercise at the park of approximately 200 fire wardens and first aid teams this evening. General trend of the papers, far less ridicule of the U.S. than was evident 3 months ago. No great tirades or mockery about democracy. Still harp on U.S. talk of production rather than successful fighting. Roy Henning. Consul called, left note that we are to receive 100 yen. No dope about leaving, but the inference is hopeful. Learned several new pieces on guitar tonight. August 22nd, 1942. Charles F. Gregg. Morning air raid drills this morning. Simulated bomb explosions, fires, etc. Air raid wardens all over this area. As usual, we're kept inside the building with all the windows and shutters closed. Nippon Corps completely crushes USA troops attacking Makin Island, Gilbert Island's the northern one. 200 of the foe flee desperately. Enemy troops crushed in bayonet fighting, all newspaper headlines, August 17th and 18th. Roy Henning, practice an air raid again. Reading This Proud Heart by Pearl Buck, good story. Long sunbath, shower and shave. Doing workout on horizontal bar 3 times a day. August 23rd, 1942. Harold Brinkerhoff. 7 months since we came to the Seamen's mission. Expectations are running high. The Swiss consuls will be here tomorrow. Charles F. Gregg. Routine, still hot. Food is poor again. I was in charge of services again. A number of professed Protestants are now on their bigoted high horse and refuse to attend a service where a Catholic gives a non-sectarian service. Too bad. Roy Henning. Sunday. Read and practiced guitar. Copied some music. Money Hun gives music lesson. Speculating on our chances of going home. August 24th, 1942. Harold Brinkerhoff. Everyone is in a dither. They're all positive will tell us to get ready to leave. The blow has fallen. The consul knows nothing about us leaving, or at least wouldn't or couldn't say anything. The diehards still insist the consul couldn't say anything until a day or two before our leaving. He said the extra money was to buy clothes. He was joking with the leaders, saying he had heard we were buying gifts, and the extra money was for gifts. The optimists, of course, believe he was trying to indirectly tell us we were leaving. Charles F. Gregg. Swiss consul came today with 100 yen for each of us. Extra 50 was for clothing, which we have been requesting. Still no news of exchange or whether we will be included if there is one. Available or ask for permission to send letters on next available boat, and also to give another radio broadcast. All of us continue to have high hopes for exchange soon, before the 15th of September. Roy Henning. Consul brings the 100 yen. No news going, but things on our chances are getting good. Can bring along no books, printed matter. Finish This Proud Heart, a very good book. August 25th, 1942, Roy Henning. Bought 4.5 yen bottle of jar of jam. Reading Felix Arabia. Study Japanese still every day. Practice music. August 26th, 1942, Roy Henning. This evening brings the first sign of approaching fall. Fresh breeze and rain. Exhibit in the park being built. Hurricane plane and Japanese plane. August 27th, 1942. Charles F. Gregg. Time drags on. Washing, eating, room cleanup, laundry, and reading. Most of us are too nervous or emotionally upset to study. Also, during the past few months, I find it increasingly difficult to memorize study of French or to concentrate in abstract study or reading. Perhaps due to deficiency of diet or proper vitamins. Have read Victor Hugo's Toilers of the Sea, Joseph Conrad's Typhoon, and I'm reading Gough's Faust, also Balzac's Lost Illusions. Weather sticky and hot with occasional showers. Thursday, rain and clouds indicate possible good-sized storm to south. News and paper. Speculation on Churchill's visit to Moscow and where else. Brazil entering war shows U.S. intrigue. Article from Germany by Goebbels says U.S. has no culture. It's a degenerate group of Jewish money mongers. That Germany will defeat Russia before winter. Stalingrad ready to fall and now in flames. Still play up to supposed great defeat of U.S. Navy in the Solomon Islands, with long articles by shipboard reporters. Bombed Port Darwin and shot down 21 P-39s and P-40s, then bombed the airport. 2 of their planes were slightly damaged. Unbelievable and preposterous stories of their victories and exploits, which never defeat and seldom a loss. U.S. forces annihilated on each occasion. They endeavor to retake Jap-held Aleutian Islands. Best news: Swedish steamer Gripsholm, the U.S. exchange ship, arrived in New York on August 25th. Roy Henning. Had 5 men in my room practicing guitar. Practice on ukulele a little. Gripsholm reaches New York. Rainy, overcast, and humid. August 28th, 1942. Roy Henning. Raining and little showers. Have quite an orchestra now with an accordion, 3 mandolins, 6 guitars, 4 ukes, 2 harmonicas, and a violin. August 29th, 1942. Harold Brinkerhoff. Nothing of importance this week except the 100 yen we received. We have received no news of mail as yet. We have had some pretty crappy meals lately. I could not stomach our lunch. It smelled to high heaven. Most everyone sent it back. There was some scuttlebutt that the American ship would be in Kobe next month. All of our Spanish pupils have gone by the wayside except Brunton, Harris, and myself. The mental labor was too much. We've studied hard. Some of the fellas knew a little Mexican and figured it would be a snap. We have been told we will not be allowed to take any written matter out of Japan. I surely hope I can get my diary out. Roy Henning. Had a music lesson in a group, new pieces to practice. Reviewing my Japanese vocabulary. Bought a leather belt. August 30th, 1942. Roy Henning. Sunday. Raining off and on, overcast. Practice guitar. Reading Wide Horizons. August 31st, 1942. Charles F. Gregg. Drab routine. No exercise in the park. Rains about every afternoon and evening. Russia will lose Stalingrad in 48 hours. Biggest surprise was results of second battle off Solomon Islands, participated in by battleships of Arizona to Pennsylvania class, both of which were supposed to have been sunk in Pearl Harbor. Paper remarked on their being repaired, also reported a new large type aircraft carrier and a new small aircraft carrier in the same battle. All these ships were supposed to have been badly damaged and fled in flames at dusk in order to avoid a dreaded nocturnal battle with the Nippon Navy. They admitted severe damage to a destroyer and an aircraft carrier. They say that 10,000 U.S. Marines are isolated on two southern Solomon Islands, that the U.S. Navy is risking all to rescue them. Also an article saying the U.S. has constructed 10 aircraft carriers on the hulls of battleships previously laid, 20 aircraft carriers on modified cargo ships and tankers, and are constructing 70 aircraft carriers from C-3 freighters. They warned the people to expect more desperate attacks by the U.S. in order to appease the U.S. public. The Nippon Navy may suffer some losses, but they will annihilate all U.S. ships as fast as they appear. Men prohibited from buying silk goods as presents. Dealer told we were going to leave on this pending exchange. Great splurge of buying guitars, 8, mandolins, 4, ukuleles, 4, violins, 1, racket galore. Roy Henning. Sunday, little rain and humid. I was the mess cook today. Bought 4 pads of paper and butter. Well, this will wrap it up for this episode number 30 of the We Raise the Stars and Stripes Over Japan. I'll leave you on the last day of August 1942.
December 7th, 1941, our land of freedom was defied. December 8th, 1941, Uncle Sam replied,
We did it before and we can do it again, and we will do it again.
We've got a heck of a job to do, but you can bet that we'll see it through.
We did it before and we can do it again, and we will do it again.
We're one for all and we're all for one. They'll get a licking before we're done. Millions of voices are ringing, singing as we march along.
We did it before and we can do it again, and we will do it again. We'll knock them over and then we'll get the guy in back of them. We did it before, we'll do it again. Again, and we will do it again. We've got a heck of a job to do, but you can bet that we'll see it through. We did it before, and we can do it again, and we will do it again. We're one for all, and we're all for one. They'll get a licking before we're done.
Millions of voices are ringing, singing as we march along.
We did it before and we can do it again, and we will do it again. We'll knock them over and then we'll get the guy in back of them. We did it before, we'll do it again.
That was We Did It Before and We Can Do It Again by Cliff Friend, Charlie Tobias. Thanks so much for listening today, and we'll talk to you real soon. Bye-bye now.
Hey y'all, this your man Roderick, the host of the Black Patriot Show, and you're listening to WHBJ Digital Talk Radio, where we are the media. Keep it locked.
Yes, don't you find that new ideas develop when you can talk about them with other people? If you can't discuss them freely because there is a correct view, you soon cease to have new ideas.
We fight on the beaches, we shall fight on the landing grounds.
Thank you for joining us. You are listening to A Radio, and this is The Morning Moment. We're on weekdays, 11:45 Eastern. Follow us on Spreaker.com and click on the like button. I saw this piece on Twitter, thinking it was something I hadn't seen before. It's entitled, "Are Canada's Islamists Calling the Shots? Government Petitioned to Silence Critics." It's from the Gatestone Institute. There'll be links on my site. Here's the piece. Samer Mazoub from Quebec has initiated an official Government of Canada petition to the House of Commons. The sponsor of the petition is a Liberal Member of Parliament, Frank Bayes. The petition calls upon the government to condemn all forms of Islamophobia. Samer Mazoub self-identifies as being part of a multiple Islamist extremist organisation in Quebec, including the infamous Al-Rador Mosque and the Muslim Association of Canada, MAC. MAC itself states that they follow the teachings of Hassan Banna and the Muslim Brotherhood. If there was any doubt, a senior member of MAC, Dr. El Tawani Atiyah, made it clear when he stated, "Here we follow the teachings of the Muslim Brotherhood," unquote. The Muslim Brotherhood is listed as a terrorist group in many countries in the Middle East, while a recent UK government report states the Muslim Brotherhood have a highly ambiguous relationship with violent extremism, both as an ideology and as a network. It has been a rite of passage for some individuals and groups who have gone on to engage in violence and terrorism, unquote. The Muslim Association of Canada itself has been identified in the Canadian Senate testimony as being a Muslim Brotherhood front group. Accusations of racism and Islamophobia are the sword and the shield of the extremist Islam in the West. It makes excellent use of the concept of perpetual victimhood. The motto of the Muslim Brotherhood is, "Allah is our objective, the Prophet is our leader, the Quran is our law, jihad is our way, dying in the way of Allah is our highest hope," unquote. The term Islamophobia was popularized by the mullahs in Iran after 1979 revolution. Women who would not willingly wear the veil were attacked by the government and accused of being Islamophobic. Didn't know that. For not submitting to the will of the male mullahs. Richard Stone was one of the authors of a letter to The Guardian in 1994 that used the term. He was also on the Runnymede Trust, which put the term into broad circulation in 1996. Oh, know this guy. Trevor Phillips of Britain's Equalities and Human Rights Commission, EHRC, who commissioned the Runnymede report, has now admitted in a damaging new report on integration and segregation and how the followers of Islam are creating nations within nations, unquote, in the West, that he got almost everything wrong, unquote, on Muslim immigration. It is not unusual for a Liberal Member of Parliament to support efforts by extremists. Canada's Parliamentary Secretary for Global Affairs, junior foreign minister, is an open supporter of Islamic Sharia law. Is that right? Several other Liberal members have close links to extremism as well. Additionally, in 2016, Prime Minister Trudeau chose not to observe any 9/11 memorial ceremony to honour Canadians who died that day. However, the very next day he attended the Ottawa Main Mosque, which has multiple links to extremism. This despite recent stories in Canada about extremism in mosques and schools in Canada. Canada's Minister of Democratic Reform, Mariam Monsef, is another Liberal Party member, creating waves around her place of birth and Islamist belief system. She campaigned on a narrative of how she, as an Afghan refugee, could do great things in Canada, until it became clear she was actually born in Iran. She was reported to have tried to return to Afghanistan to take a job there in 2014, but it seems she spent the time in Iran instead. More notably, she claims to find Sharia law, quote, fascinating. It was the founder member of the Muslim Brotherhood, Hassan Banna, who stated that it is the nature of Islam to dominate, not to be dominated, to impose its laws on all nations and to extend its power to the entire planet, unquote. The discourse of Islamophobia, unquote, and this petition are nothing more than a continuation of the efforts of the Islamists to silence their critics as they advance their own political agenda. Well, there you have it. Here's the problem with this, and I think it should disturb every Canadian and perhaps worry Americans as well. How easily a certain ethnic group can influence a government. The problem is, this piece is not current. It's by Tom Quiggin, October 27, 2016. Also back in 2017, in the National Post, I give you this comment from CBC journalist/commentator Rex Murphy. That link will also be on my website. Here's that piece. The basic question to ask the supporters of the contentious anti-Islamophobic motion is, has it any utility? Will it do anything? Will it change attitudes for the better? If there is a stock of genuine Islamophobia in Canada, will recording this motion decrease it or move to decrease it? That, I presume, was the priority consideration in the minds that brought it forth. Obviously, they must have thought it would. Otherwise, there would be no point in issuing it, arguing for it, and stirring quite a considerable debate. It already has. For the motion itself and the politics that attended it have not been without contention. The question raised on its wording were legitimate. Were the particulars focused on Islam? Why not a motion, as some suggested, speaking out against prejudice of all religions? There is also concern that the motion will, in some manner, chill valid criticism of Islamist terror. Or will it not make allowance for legitimate criticism or analysis of Islam? Such criticism would now be forced to wear the degrading mantle of Islamophobia, giving this welter of mixed impressions and varied understandings of the very viewpoint of the motion. How effective can it be? There is the key term itself, Islamophobia. As I have suggested in an earlier piece, this recent coinage, Islamophobia, itself a contested term. The minister piloting the motion sees Islamophobia as the irrational hatred of Muslims that led to discrimination. That's not as clear as at first glance it might seem. If the fear is irrational, then the ambition to reduce it by means of distant parliamentary motion is a curious, if not wild, response. Irrational fears are by definition those not subject to reason. We eliminate those only by therapy or medicine. We do not argue them away. Hence, we have never had a motion deploring claustrophobia. The cruel deeds by a terrorist at the British Parliament this week give sombre point to these concerns. Should we not have some moderate response of caution and concern after London? Is that irrational? There is nothing irrational in giving a reasoned or limited fear towards a group publicly committed to terrorism and self-declared perpetrators of it in the name of Islam. Nor is there bigotry, Islamophobia, in seeing the declared connection with Islam in these kinds of terror acts. If there is an Islamic connection, and it is declared, even insisted upon by the actors themselves, it is surely not phobic both to see the connection and heed the declaration. Then too there is the rhetorical or forensic deployment of the term. A person who criticises Islam or reasonably makes a connection between the current terrorism and certain groups with Islam will, in some circles, very quickly be labelled Islamophobic. No one likes to be called a bigot, and thus people under fear of such a change mute their speech, trim their thoughts, and withhold honest criticism because of the weight of this word Islamophobe being placed on their shoulders. Plainly put, sometimes the charge of Islamophobia is merely a harsh, dishonest way of shutting down an argument or expelling all conversation. Who argues with a bigot? Yet there is an even wider reason to question the motion's value. Time and again it was stressed that this was not a law, not a piece of legislation, but a mere motion. It therefore mandated precisely nothing. It had no penalties for people who chose to ignore it. It brought into being no requirements in action. So, it must be presumed its point is merely to place on the parliamentary record the sentiment of the House of Commons on a sensitive matter. And to be blunt, what will that likely achieve? Will it perhaps launch one of Parliament's dubious and protracted studies? Will it change the social or moral landscape of our country in any detectable way? Its proponents make such a case for its innocuousness, such a point of repeating it is not legislation, and how it will not alter existing laws or behaviours. So what will it do? What is it for? We might add as well that the public have long lost the habit, if they ever enjoyed it, of looking at Parliament Hill as their moral lighthouse. I will go further. My guess is that the great swath of Canadian public, the great large centre hailed by politicians of every stripe, is not really in any need of guidance. They are not reflexively or otherwise haters of Islam, unquote, and are appalled by the very notion. In fact, the public might more readily send moral signals to Parliament than the reverse. The remaining segment, that element that we may agree are in the obnoxious camp of genuine prejudice, will be oblivious to the point of contempt at any prodding from those politicians, unquote. To change their minds or views, can a mere motion really carry any weight with the very set it is designed to address? I really don't think so. A buzz of stupid chatter is all they will hear, if they listen at all. Finally, it is interesting that by raising this matter to parliamentary attention, the motion itself provoked more of a storm than it settled. There were contentions in the House. There were the usual accusations of playing politics with a sensitive issue. There was a sharp division on why Islam was centred in the debate and not all prejudice towards all religion. Was that helpful? To return to my original question, was the debate and the division in Parliament itself likely to reduce any measurable way the Islamophobia it was designed to reduce? I cannot see it. The motion is either futile or inutile, or both. Now, if you live in Canada, as many of you do, you'll know all too well how much of this BS has actually come to pass. M103, the attack on Canadians' free speech, has passed. They call it something else, but it's still the same thing. Even though the people that really know about the law know, like you and I, it is totally unconstitutional. Somehow these laws are not only passed and put into practice, they are never challenged by constitutional professionals. It beggars belief, in my mind, why they would not challenge them. My guess is this: if they passed a law, or tried to pass a law, that Canadians had the right to bear arms, I think all hell would let loose. But I think a lot of us would fight that, because I personally think Canadians should have the right to bear arms. And that's not popular in Canada with the lefties, let me tell you. If you ever had any doubt who's really running Canada by passing blatant anti-charter legislation in Parliament, those MPs who supported this and other bills on both sides are culpable. Not just the federal Liberal Communists who never stopped chipping away at our democracy. They are not the only ones responsible. If you read in detail, as I have, the so-called hate laws passed in Canada, they attempt to tie you up in legalese, what you can and cannot say. I will put links to those documents, and I'm also going to publish the documents on my website in case they, not available suddenly. But here's my point. I believe there comes a point in time in a country's legal history where the citizens of that country find themselves beholden to laws that are written, certainly to my mind, in such a deliberate way and convoluted way for such purposes that only trained lawyers versed in English can understand the niceties and have the ability to unravel them. It is at that point we must stop. We must stop. Laws are for the common man and should be understood and agreed with by the common man. It is for that reason and that reason alone that I ask you to consider this. Lawyers can just as easily represent someone with documents written in plain English rather than legalese. The cost to everyone concerned would be greatly reduced and, more importantly, benefit us all, because by understanding laws written by supposedly us to benefit us all, there is far less likelihood of confusion or deviation, as the laws would be those that the vast majority of us would agree with. There's no reason that the law that you write should have to take 1,000 words to write it, when 20 words will suffice. And they know it. And they know it. So lawyers would bitch, yes, but they would actually process clients more quickly and benefit more clients. Isn't that what the law's supposed to be about? To meter out justice, not delay it, because only lawyers can understand it? When you have groups, individuals, bodies, etc., attempting to manipulate and write laws for a select few, that's when freedom and justice are clearly open to corruption and perversion of those laws. It's time we rewrote our laws, not necessarily just in Canada, everywhere. We write the laws in plain English so we can all understand them, so they can't hide little tricks in there. I'll give you an example. Here's the first one. All Canadians have the right to free, unfettered, free speech without restriction. There you go, that's a law. All Canadians have the right to religion. That's a law. Here's one they won't like. All Canadians have the right to bear arms without restriction. That's how you write laws in my mind. How could you misinterpret that? Very simple. Well, I suppose somebody could say, well, you're saying they could have automatic weapons. All right, we'll add it on the end with the restriction of automatic weapons. There you go. It's not difficult. It's the comment that I always make. Life is simple. Lawyers make it not so. You can find more at aradio.wordpress.com, where you can find links to us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, iTunes, iHeartRadio, Gab, and email. We are also on Spotify. Just go to the podcast section and type Canadian Politics with a twist and you'll find us. We are continuing to reach out to you, so please pass on the links. Please click on the follow button on Spreaker.com. You can listen to all our morning moments at Spreaker.com under A Radio. That's EHRADIO, A Radio. And please click on the like button. And you can now hear a weekend review of our podcasts on WHBJ-Db, News Talk Radio. Join us and many others. And you can find all our podcasts and morning moments at aradio.wordpress.com. Click on the Morning Moments tab.
That actually the way to achieve prosperity is to have those key things that make a prosperous state. The rights of property, the rule of law, freedom of speech, and democracy. All of these are essential components of success. If you take a single one of them away, you find that the others are not protected. So free speech protects democracy. Democracy protects the rights of property. The rights of property are part of the rule of law. The four always come together.
We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds.
Thank you for joining us. You are listening to A Radio, and this is the Morning Moment. We're on weekdays, 11:45 Eastern. Follow us on Spreaker.com and click on the like button. I don't often delve directly into the headlines, but this is one of those occasions. The constant attacks on the President of the United States is nothing short of ridiculous. Listening to Rush yesterday, and he was getting really upset. He says what a lot of us feel, and not to toot my own horn too much, exactly what I've been saying for some considerable time. The attacks on the President are part of an organised coup attempt, an attempt to overthrow the legitimate government of the United States. Nothing more and nothing less. Thankfully, it appears that most Americans seem to be aware that something is not right. To state the obvious, but I will anyway, from day one, the attacks on not just this president, but anyone, and I mean anyone, who was connected either directly or indirectly, have been non-stop. There has been a systematic purge of social media by anyone that holds a contrary view to the so-called mainstream media. The constant drumbeat attack has been relentless. Rush Limbaugh said recently, and I'm paraphrasing him, ask yourself this: could you have withstood the daily and hourly attack on you and your character and your business ethics? Answer, no. You would have folded, and no one would have blamed you for it. The president doesn't need it, and quite frankly doesn't have to take it. He does it because he loves America. And you know, Rush is correct. No surprise there. I have done 2 pieces recently on this attack. One March 22nd and another April 29 of this year alone. Both on what I call Project Blue, or what they call the Share Blue Plan. But for some reason, no one seems to get that message. Now I want to point out that I am a very small pinprick. Not even that. I'm a pinprick of a pinprick. But I honestly believe that this systematic attack on social media by the Democrats in America and liberals elsewhere in the world is having an effect. An effect, by the way, that they want. They want to distort the facts. A simple example is the way Twitter now operates. Nothing like it did 2 years ago. It's far more along the line of a long-winded system. And if you want to monitor things, that is, things that you've put up, you'll find it's clearly been rejigged to be of a more corporate-friendly device, and less, shall we say, citizen-friendly. You almost could say the voice of the individual has been drowned out. Now, why would that be? I couldn't possibly guess. Could you? The next platform I want to talk about is YouTube. As of January this year, January 2019, they have stopped automatically posting to social media platforms. Now I ask you, if you own a social media platform, wouldn't you want your social media platform to be the media of choice people would use? Well, yes, I would think the answer would be yes, but not if you want to stop the ordinary citizen from posting their thoughts to like-minded individuals. The same applies to Facebook, blocking all sorts of apps and sharing that they once thought was essential for the growth of their platform. So what effect does all this have? Well, it's simple. By reducing your chance of putting your view, that is the view that's the opposite to theirs, they believe they can control your voice and your viewpoint. I go back to my original point 2 years ago now, maybe longer. Control the media, control the message. It's a simple punchline, but it's true. A dangerous situation, particularly if you live in the United States, where you're supposed to have free speech. However, it's not surprising to those of us who don't live in the United States, but did think that they did have free speech, only to find that that only applies to certain groups in their society. Oh, wait, doesn't that sound like what they're doing in the United States? No, that couldn't be happening there, could it? Because they have free speech, don't they? I will leave you with just one quote from the Project Blue, which you'll be able to find shortly on aradio.wordpress.com under the tab Project Blue. Here's part of the piece. Here they brag about implementing pre-warning technologies to prevent the spread of, quote, right-wing information. And now, in 2018, they proudly declare their success to create the necessary algorithms to shut down conservative profiles and sites. In late February 2018, there were 2 big purges on Twitter which led to the shutting down of conservative accounts claiming to be identified as Russian bots. What really happened was they suspended important conservative accounts and dropped down their followers. When the account was active again, thousands of followers were lost. It was a big celebration all over the left media, labelling us as Russian bots. And the people who still follow these fake news channels don't really know what really happened, and the followers are gone as a result of a shutdown. Hate content is simply what they don't want to be spread, and dangerous and controversial means when they don't agree with you criticising their politicians as well as their policies. They are now creating, quote, thought crime, which means preventing people from feeling in some way. At the same time, liberals are authorised to feel offended, unquote, by anything we do. Therefore, their aggressive actions, which are an extension of their, quote, feelings, are also justified. So how does it work? And when some people are entitled to feel in the way they want, and others should be prevented to, quote, feel in their way. Media Matters is fully Alinskyite. You can find more of that Project Blue article on my website and links to where the full article comes from. But I urge you all to read it and see what's going on, not just in the social media, but in the mainstream media. They are attempting, not just in the United States, in Canada and even the UK, where they've passed laws which control social media now. And Trudeau is just about to put in, quote, regulations to do the same thing, because they don't want your views being heard. They don't want your views being understood. They don't want your views being explained, because your views are the right views, and they know it. You can find more at aradio.wordpress.com, where you can find links to us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, iTunes, iHeartRadio, Gab, and email. We are also on Spotify. Just go to the podcast section and type Canadian Politics with a twist, and you'll find us. We are continuing to reach out to you, so please pass on the links. Please click on the follow button on Spreaker.com. You can listen to all our morning moments at Spreaker.com under A Radio. That's EHRADIO, A Radio. And please click on the like button. And you can now hear a weekend review of our podcasts on Whbj-Db, News Talk Radio. Join us and many others, and you can find all our podcasts and morning moments at aradio.wordpress.com. Click on the Morning Moments tab.
The British people are about to have practiced upon them a trick even cruder and more shameless than that by which they were cheated out of their inheritance of parliamentary self-government in the first place when we acceded to the European Economic Community.
They fight on the beaches, we shall fight on the landing grounds.
Thank you for joining us. You are listening to A Radio, and this is the Morning Moment. We're on weekdays, 11:45 Eastern. Follow us on Spreaker.com and click on the like button. I watched the BBC coverage of the voting of the UK part of the European elections. That is the piece that was being broadcast on the BBC Sunday night. I won't go into the exact way I watched it, because that might be a little bit awkward. But nevertheless, I watched the BBC coverage, not the world feed, the UK feed. And I have to tell you this, I was both stunned and disgusted by the utter distortion some of the panel members who were invited to speak about the incoming results. How on earth can you, with any degree of honesty, arrive at any other conclusion that the British people have spoken clearly and unambiguously on this matter? Yet, even though it beggars belief, some of these panellists tried to play numerical gymnastics with the figures. That's the only way I can describe it. An example was that if you put all the parties who want to remain together, it would mean the Remainers would actually have a majority. But that wasn't the case. That wasn't how the system was working, because they weren't using first past the post. They were using the European proportional representation for a start, so that didn't apply. Secondly, they were lumping all the people who weren't Brexit, in other words, all the people who weren't in the Brexit party, as Remainers. Again, not true. Then they talk about the SNP in Scotland, and they show a map. There's a map on the BBC website, on the UK BBC website, and it shows the whole of Scotland looks to be a colour of yellow, which I think is the colour for the SNP, the Scottish National Party. But look under the surface. Their views are about as logical as wanting a second vote on Brexit, because they weren't happy with the result of the first one. I'll give you one example I saw reported live. It was on the southwest region, which is an enormous region of Britain. And Brexit, the Brexit Party, got 611,000 votes. The second place party, the Liberal Democrats, got 385,000. Now, the Brexit Party got 3 seats, and the Liberals got 2. So that actually means the Liberals got 2/3 of what the Brexit Party got in seats, for nearly half as many voters. No wonder the Liberals in the UK love so much proportional representation, because it distorts their importance. Think about this. In this region alone, a party that received half as many votes as the top party receives 2/3 of the top party seats. And it's far worse in Scotland, as I alluded to a moment ago. The SNP, the Scottish Nationalist Party, won 50% of the votes, approximately. The seats pretty much all went to them. But in fact, if you look further into those figures, you will see the vast majority of the regions in Scotland, Brexit Party was in second place, but only got 1 seat. So the way the seats were proportioned across the UK clearly was unequal, and in no way reflects the true feeling of the British population as a whole. If the votes had been cast area by area based on first past the post, with the exception of Scotland, who have been bought and paid for by the EU, it would have been a complete wipeout. The main political parties, apart from London, which is always Liberal, of course, that's Liberal with a small l, which believes they always know best, even though most of the UK problems always seem to stem from that area of the UK. However, if you watch the European officials out of Brussels, they believe it's business as usual. I don't think so. They don't even want to admit, and I quote, populist anti-EU parties top the polls in Italy and France. Marine Le Pen's National Party and Italian leader Matteo Salvini Lega both won, winning the most votes. Now, the BBC protect their content very carefully, more so than Sky and more so than Fox. So it's very difficult to get clips unless you happen to record it live. But I managed to find something on an English feed of France 24, and here's that clip.
The likelihood of a no-deal Brexit. Clearly, a lot of people in the UK seeing this as a referendum on Brexit, putting their support behind Nigel Farage, who is openly saying that he wants the UK to leave the EU without a formal deal on October 31st. How likely do you think that is?
Well, if I look at the figures, 32% pro-Brexit means 68% not in this camp, first thing. Second thing, I think that a no-deal Brexit is a catastrophe and would not solve anything. Nothing. At the end of the day, you will have to solve the problem of the contribution to the budget. You will have to solve the problem of EU citizens in the UK and British citizens on the EU territory, and you will have to solve the problem of the Irish border. And at any stage after a no-deal Brexit, we will have to discuss this with the UK from an EU standpoint for the very simple reason that both sides will be interested in a trade agreement.
Because a no-deal Brexit would obviously hurt the UK, but it would hurt the EU as well. It's absolutely not in the EU's interest, is it, to allow this to come to pass? The thinking among lots of pro-Brexit voices is that the EU will be forced into some sort of a compromise deal. We can afford.
Look at the figures. Our trade, EU27 with the UK, is about 6% of the totality of the external trade. And what is the choice for the UK consumers? Where will they buy their cars? Where will they buy their food? Where will they buy their machinery? From the continent mostly, but the price will be higher because they will have to pay additional taxes, customs duties, etc. It is the most stupid situation one can ever imagine in this world. So there is no benefit for anybody, but the British side will lose much more than the EU side.
So did you hear that there? A no-deal Brexit is a catastrophe and would solve nothing. We can afford to be awkward, basically, is what they're saying, because the UK trade only represents 6%. So the EU doesn't need the UK. So here's my question to that EU, whatever he was, advisor, minister, who the heck knows with those people, their unelected body. Here's my question. Why are you fighting so hard to keep the UK in Europe if it doesn't matter if it's only 6%? The answer is a simple one, because the UK is paying a massive amount of the EU budget. That's why they want the UK to remain. The UK pays in considerably more than it gets out. It is used as a piggy bank for the failing part of Europe. And of course that includes Scotland, which is an economic basket case now, or soon to be, because it's being run by SNP, Scottish Nationalist Party, which gives away everything because they get everything given to them by the Westminster government. What a ridiculous situation that Scotland is getting more back than it pays in. Sounds familiar. I'm going to play you two clips now. One is from Nigel Farage at his acceptance speech, and the second clip will be Nigel Farage being interviewed about the result.
Never before in British politics has a new party launched just 6 weeks ago topped the polls in a national election. The reason, of course, is very obvious. We voted to leave in a referendum. We were supposed to do so on March the 29th, and we haven't. There's a huge message here, massive message here. The Labour and Conservative parties could learn a big lesson from tonight, though I don't suppose that they actually will. The new date is the 31st of October. We, in the Brexit Party, have got men and women of considerable business experience. We want to be part of that negotiating team. We want to take responsibility for what's happening, and we're ready to do so. I hope the government is listening. I have to say this. If we don't leave on October the 31st, then the scores you've seen for the Brexit Party today will be repeated in a general election, and we are getting ready for it. Thank you. Well, a big win for the Brexit Party. That's very clear. Terrible night for the Conservative Party. But look at Labour as well. Look at what the Brexit Party's done to Labour in Wales, in the northeast of England. So, this is a big, big message, big wake-up call to Westminster. Will they listen? We've got a deadline of the 31st of October, all right? That is the date upon which we're supposed to leave the European Union. That's in 5 months' time. And what we're saying is we've got a mandate now. We demand to be part of that negotiating team to get this country ready to leave, whatever the circumstance. Firstly, we're going to be in Brussels. Secondly, we've got some very high-caliber businessmen and businesswomen used to putting deals together. We've got to get on with this.
So there you have it. I wanted to play those clips because I want you to understand what's really going on in the UK. Britain has lost its way, unfortunately. It's a bit like the deep state in the United States. They are trying every trick in the book to keep Britain in the EU. Why? That's the question we should be asking. Why? If they contribute so little to the overall income and GDP of the EU, why is it so important for them to remain in the EU? Something doesn't add up, does it? Now, the final point I wanted to pick up on was at the end of Nigel Farage's acceptance speech. Let me just play that for you again.
If we don't leave on October the 31st, then the scores you've seen for the Brexit Party today will be repeated in a general election, and we are getting ready for it. Thank you.
So you heard it, didn't you? A clear plan for the Brexit Party to enter as a general election party. This is not a one-issue party. It was very subtle, right at the end, but there was a clear message to the mainstream media, which was almost ignored. The Brexit Party is going to enter candidates into the general election. That could well be a political game changer in the UK and perhaps elsewhere in Europe. And who knows, beyond. Keep listening to us. We will try and keep you updated on what's going on with Brexit and the Brexit Party itself. The political waves that will come out of the UK should never be underestimated. There are many other parties with single issues in the UK. The upcoming general election in the UK, I think, as do many others, will be a total game changer. I think it'll be as big an event in the UK as the Rivers of Blood speech from Enoch Powell. Britain is on a knife edge of civil unrest. They try and deny it, but it's undeniable. The British public have had enough. Just like a coffee pot on the stove, it's just about to boil over. You can find more at aradio.wordpress.com, where you can find links to us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, iTunes, iHeartRadio, Gab, and email. We are also on Spotify. Just go to the podcast section and type Canadian Politics with a twist, and you'll find us. We are continuing to reach out to you, so please pass on the links. Please click on the follow button on Spreaker.com. You can listen to all our morning moments at Spreaker.com under A Radio. That's EHRADIO, A Radio. And please click on the like button. And you can now hear a weekend review of our podcasts on WHBJ-Db, News Talk Radio. Join us and many others, and you can find all our podcasts and morning moments at aradio.wordpress.com. Click on the Morning Moments tab.
You are on WHBJ Digital Talk.
I thought we were the protectors of truth. Democrats, Republicans, you all lie. We, a small band of survivors, are on our way to the Steel City to find the resistance. Join us.
Welcome to the Steel City Resistance with Senior Airman Ward Miller and the ironclad voice of Pittsburgh, Hutch Jr., laying down verbal C4 to blow away the lies and the political tomfoolery. Your papers have been cleared. Welcome to the Steel City Resistance.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Steel City Resistance. This is episode 49. My name is Hutch, and I am located in the Brookline neighborhood of the city of Pittsburgh.
And I'm Ward Miller here in Mission Control, also in the city of Pittsburgh.
What's going on, Ward? Another very exciting week?
Well, between the politics and the sports, I don't know how much more my heart can take.
Oh, I'm telling you. And I gotta start off right at the top of the show. This whole thing, I sent you a tweet earlier in the week. I was pretty disparaged. I had just watched Herman Cain with Sean Hannity, and I don't know whether any of this is true. It's hard to tell, but man, that guy is sincere. When you listen to him talk, and I think of all the slimy Democrats and some Republicans that have actually done something and survived politically and were even championed like Bill Clinton still is. And to see this guy get dragged through the mud the way he did, I went back and I almost brought some audio clips just of the vile reporting that some of these, especially your left-wing networks like MSNBC, it was just nonstop. It was. I felt bad for the guy. I still do.
Yeah, it's a shame. I mean, he's it's one of them things where he actually has a plan that, you know, I think that's what scared the Democrats more than anything, is he actually has an idea that's original, and it's not the typical, the typical Washington response. You know,
yeah, not all the sound bites and everything like that.
Yeah, it's not. We're going to raise we're not going to raise taxes. This is a simple tax solution. And if anything, he's actually gotten other politicians to be talking about tax reform, which is a huge, which could actually help this country tremendously.
Yeah, it is. And actually, Michelle Bachmann was talking almost verbatim what you just said concerning Herman Cain. The thing that just gets me, though, it just, I think when it's all said and done, and I hope Herman Cain has some resources. I sincerely hope if he did not do this, that he gets to the bottom of it, because I could almost guarantee you that you can track this stuff back to the White House. When you see David Axelrod living in the same building with one of these ladies, it just stinks. It really does, man. I mean, of all the people in Washington, I think Herman Cain probably has the least problem with character.
Well, I think that was it. I mean, you got to just keep throwing mud, and they hope, they throw enough mud, they hope enough of it'll stick that he won't get any kind of traction. And it's a shame, because, I really liked a lot of his policies. He tripped up a little bit,
undoubtedly he did.
But there's nobody, on when they get to that level of politics, it's not going to trip a little bit. Gingrich tripped. Romney hasn't tripped yet, but he hasn't really said anything. So he's kind of limited himself.
That's exactly right.
Perry falls all over himself every time he speaks.
Romney hasn't even been on a Sunday show yet. Can you believe that? I mean, this guy is arrogant as hell. That's one of my biggest problems with the guy. He sits down with an interview with Bret Baier, and the guy asks him a question, and he starts talking about factual things that are documented, and the guy gets like a little girl, man. Did you see that?
No, I didn't. It doesn't surprise me, though, because, even early on, Romney has the biggest war chest of anybody running for office right now, and he's the one spending the least. He's letting these guys fall all over each other, unless he's paying somebody something under the covers that we don't know about, and I don't want to speculate that. But he's letting everybody else spin their wheels, spend their money, and then he's going to come in at the last second with this huge war chest, and he's going to be able to out-advertise them in every market. He's holding his money as close to the vest as he can. Like Michelle Bachmann has all her eggs in one basket in Iowa. If she loses Iowa, she's done.
Yeah.
Because she's already pulled all of her people out of New Hampshire. it's everything. You know, it's Iowa or bust, really, for her.
And she's not going to win Iowa. I mean, it's a shame.
No.
We could do a lot worse than her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She's not a. I don't know.
She's not going to make it because
not this year.
It's one of the things where you can't run from the house, and I don't think that her running, she should be back in Washington, fighting the good fight in the House.
Especially after the polls. I mean, when you look at these things and you're in single digits for this long, to me, it's getting close to the point, and I said this last week, where it's almost morally imperative that these low-performing people get out for the sake of the country. I mean, I don't know. It's just
well, Kane dropping's gonna hurt. Well, it's gonna help Gingrich. I think that the 6 points or the 6% that Kane had, 3% go to Gingrich, and then the other 3% is going to be divvied up by whoever's left.
But then you have all the collective percentage points from all these list of characters are going to go to somebody too. That's what I mean.
Yeah, eventually, yeah. Huntsman, he's not going to survive Iowa. No. Santorum's not going to survive Iowa.
Santorum might surprise you. Santorum has a very strong physical presence in Iowa. It's not reflecting in the polls.
Yeah, but, it's not even close to reflecting in the polls. He's like at 6%,
yeah.
and that's pretty much the highest he's been the entire campaign. When you look at Gingrich is polling over 30 in Iowa.
Yeah.
And the surprise this weekend was Ron Paul's polling number 2, and we're going to talk a little bit about that in a minute. And then Romney fell to number 3. Now, I don't know. Once again, to me it seems like Romney's holding back his money until it's time to, actually start campaigning. And once we get out of Iowa, maybe New Hampshire, you're going to start seeing ads nationally of him just totally blasting everybody.
I don't think it's going to help him, though, to be honest with you, unless there's some kind of scandalous type dirt that gets thrown on Gingrich. I've heard people say that for the first time in the race, they felt that Romney is vulnerable here. He's trending downward.
Yeah, because he's not saying anything. At least Kane would come out and he'd say something, whether or not you agreed with it, whatever. He'd say something, and he was causing people to talk, and that's what he was. He was a catalyst, and Romney just hasn't said anything up to this point.
I agree with you completely. I mean, he has some core supporters, but I don't think he lasts. I don't think the only problem with this thing is it's normally over by the end of February. This is going to drag all the way out until April because
I don't think so.
I mean, there's less than half of the delegates are going to be elected before that, are going to be committed before then. So
yeah,
there could be a trend and it could be over. But
there's 30 days till Iowa, and once Iowa's over, you're going to see a lot of people dropping. If they can't win Iowa, they're not going to continue.
I would hope so. Now, our sources for today, since I've been putting together the show links, the show notes links, I noticed our different sources, and normally our sources are very diverse. I mean, there might be 2 stories from one news source, but most of the time it's 6 different sites where we gather our news. And for some reason, and this speaks well to Fox News, but Fox News Channel gave us 4 of our stories today. That's never happened before, Ward. Since I started posting the links, it hasn't. Because if you go to the show notes links page, it shows the news organization, and then there's a link for the story. So it was just something that trended. I thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's a first. Yeah. It wasn't intentional. It's one of them things where that's where I found whatever my story was.
Me too.
Yeah.
We got one tweet that I could find. We were goofing around with hashtags a little bit, so there might have been one I missed. But Eric sent one important news for Sunday's show. Groundbreaking U.S. Supreme Court decision on the 10th and 9th Amendment. 95% of readers think this story is fact. Add your 2 cents. 9th Amendment, protection of rights not specifically enumerated in the Constitution. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. And the 10th Amendment, powers of states and people. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution nor prohibited by it to the states are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. From the Goldwater Institute. Yesterday, the U.S. Supreme Court issued one of the best and most important decisions ever on federalism. The court unanimously held that not just states but individuals have standing to challenge federal laws as violations of state sovereignty under the 10th Amendment. This decision is as radical in the direction of liberty as the New Deal was radical in the direction of socialism. In short, freedom advocates like us got a green light from the U.S. Supreme Court to bring more cases under the 10th Amendment. This will have huge positive implications for freedom so long as the current Constitution of the court holds. I'd like to get that current Constitution of the court a little bit more conservative myself. Just having one vote makes me nervous every day.
Yeah.
Here's our favorite passage. Federalism secures the freedom of the individual. It allows states to respond through the enactment of positive law to the initiative of those who seek a voice in shaping the destiny of their own times without having to rely solely upon the political processes that control remote central power. We will put this president to work immediately when we file our opening brief in the Obamacare lawsuit Monday, and also in our defense of Save Our Secret ballot against the NLRB challenge and many more cases to come. One other important note, sometimes little cases make big constitutional law. This case involved a woman who was prosecuted under federal law for harassing her husband's girlfriend, not the set of facts ordinarily creating an important precedent. Some of our cases, too, are seemingly little, but with big principles at stake. Freedom is making strides in the courtroom, and we'll do our best to keep that momentum going. Thank you for your support that makes that possible, and thank you, Eric, for that tweet. That was an interesting aside there.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things that I was saying way back in the beginning, and if you go back in the previous shows, you'll hear me talk about that. When Obamacare passed, I said that at that point that's a violation of the 10th Amendment, and there's no way that should be that should be legal. And so apparently they're actually going to push it for it to go to the Supreme Court. And it was funny because initially the administration was trying to keep it out of the Supreme Court and not let them make the decision on it. And now all of a sudden they're trying to rush it through the courts because I don't think that they want this Supreme Court battle to be, happening while Barry's running for office.
This is one of the things that I find especially refreshing with Gingrich is his view on the supremacy of the Supreme Court versus the other two branches of government. And it's really not. It's been bastardized. The way it is right now is not the way it was intended to be. So it's going to be interesting to see that because, if Elena Kagan doesn't recuse herself, they should take the word out of the dictionary. She was a solicitor general fighting Obamacare.
She was a big cheerleader for it. She should have pom-poms.
It's absolutely unbelievable that she would even consider sitting in on this case. It's corrupt. It is.
Well, I think that if the Supreme Court justices themselves don't stand up and publicly, chastise her into recusing herself, shame on them too.
Yeah.
People like us can go and jump up and down all we want and say that, that she should recuse herself, which she should. At the same time, I think that,
I think there's a stronger case for her recusing herself than there is for Clarence Thomas, although he has some involvement too. The thing is, if she doesn't recuse herself, Thomas shouldn't either. Oh, definitely not. Absolutely not. No, that'd be tragic. Now, what we're going to try to do here, Ward and I spoke at one of our staff meetings prior to the episode airing. As you said earlier, Ron Paul is getting a lot of traction. And for some people, Ron Paul is a very he's a candidate that draws people, especially young people. And we just wanted to lay some of the facts out because it is my opinion that if Ron Paul does not win the nomination for the Republican Party, which he won't, and decides that he's more important than the country and runs as a third-party candidate,
which he's already said he's going to do,
we're toast if that happens. It's just...
and the thing is, and anybody that doesn't believe that needs to just do a little bit of checking in history and going back to when Clinton ran for their second term. When Ross Perot ran, Perot split the Republican vote, And that is what caused Clinton to win the White House the second time.
With less than the majority of the vote, less than half of the votes.
Exactly.
You know, he won with like 41%. What wasn't it, like 41% or something? It was some terribly low number.
It was ridiculously low.
You know,
I can't. I don't want to say a number offhand because then I'll get called on it.
I might be wrong.
Everybody tells me I'm just hating on Ron Paul.
How can Ron Paul, who counts among his supporters a sizable group of people who hope that his act as president will be to reveal that the 9/11 attacks were an inside job, continue to draw significant poll numbers among Republican primary voters? American conservatives evade this question at their peril, because while he probably cannot win the Republican nomination, Congressman Paul does absorb the support of many genuine conservatives who might, if properly engaged, be drawn to other candidates. He's got some positions. He's the only person running whose presence makes everyone else in the process uncomfortable, candidates, voters, and media alike. So whenever he's mentioned at all, it's generally just to dismiss him, and I think that's dangerous. So we put together some stuff to try to, to bring some things to light.
You know, the first line you said was one of the reasons that I said that I will never support him, is because he allows the truthers to, he's never come out and basically said to them, look, that 9/11 is not an inside job. He allows them to, and freedom of speech or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, that's right. They can use their freedom of speech, but that doesn't make them any less stupid. We didn't attack ourselves.
Right.
Number two, his big mark against him, as far as I'm concerned, is he said we brought 9/11 on ourselves. And for someone who was running for president, that's the most heinous thing that he could ever say. We did not bring that attack upon ourselves.
When you say that, you are basically accusing President George W. Bush of murder, of mass murder. And that's something that's just unbelievable.
And he's never at any point, tried to say, hey, look, you guys are wrong. They're his supporters. The Romulans come to his aid, so he's not going to tell them that they're batshit crazy, even though they believe that George Bush blew up the Twin Towers just so he could start a war. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard.
And no one, on the other hand, wants to take the risk of being deemed an apologist, that is to say, a radical, drugged-out 9/11 truther who went to see Atlas Shrugged 5 times. They'll also have no truck with the civility of declaring their willingness in the end to support any Republican nominee against President Obama. They are for Paul and only Paul. Now, this isn't all of them, but it's a lot of them. There's a general perception that the apologists think of their man as the only elected official standing between them and black helicopters. I mean, any of them any one of the other candidates runs as the eventual representative would mean voluntarily boarding FEMA Camp Express. It's you got to assess him and his ideas. I mean, and he's got some good ideas. You got to give him credit. I mean, on the debt, absolutely.
A lot of the things on the debt, on the being a strict constitutionalist, I agree with that.
Paul's solid on the debt. Solid on.
There's, I'm with him all the way up to the point where he says we brought 9/11 on ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, taxes. He opposes the progressive income tax, advocating for a flat or fair tax. I got no problem with that. I have no problem with his views of the Federal Reserve, which are very in-depth and probably some of the best. Anyone who could ridicule Paul's calls for a complete audit of the Fed while calling, as all the candidates are, for stricter limits on other independent agencies such as the EPA is either in denial or intellectually squeamish. He's strong on the Patriot Act, depending on which way you lean on the Patriot Act. Paul, right or wrong, is a useful voice in the debate. But then he starts going downhill. The 99%. Paul is committed to this one, as he is to most of his positions. In this case, however, he goes down in flames. No one as versed in economic theory and as committed to free market principles as the congressman has any justification for pandering to the Occupy Wall Street bunch. Occupy Wall Street is not an anti-cronyism movement. It is an anti-capitalism movement. And the radicals in that bunch would use his voice to shield themselves, now would just as happily serve him to the lions should they ever achieve their goal. That's the part that gets me. These guys don't realize that these people will turn on him.
No. What you're not understanding is those are the useful idiots. We've said this a million times on the show. These are useful idiots, and Paul thinks that by appealing to them, and he can get the Romulan mind meld going, he can get these crazy bastards to follow him, because basically that's what happens is the crazy bastards follow him.
Yep. I mean, on Israel, and when I say Israel, that's shorthand for foreign policy, Paul's conception of the national interest is flawed in the manner of a modern man who, using a travel guide from 1912, calculates that his trip across the Atlantic will take 2 weeks. In other words, it may or may not be possible to return to the monetary policy of 1912, but it is certainly impossible to return to the foreign policy of 1912. Modern weaponry, modern transportation, modern global communications, and modern notions of what is possible in the way of conquest have simply rendered old-style isolationism obsolete. Paul has repeatedly argued that Israel has plenty of military might to defend itself. If only America would get out of the Middle East, where she has no business in the first place. The question he must answer is this: had the U.S. not been in the Middle East, at least figuratively, for the past several decades, would Israel be in a position to defend itself now? Would there even be an Israel?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The thing is with everything that's going on with Israel, the fact that we're their ally is the only thing that's keeping places like Saudi Arabia from lobbing bombs in there. There's no one around them that likes them. But, whether or not they like Israel or not isn't the question. It's whether or not they fear us. And currently they still do, even though our president is trying to make everybody not be afraid of us. For the most part, those people still are. So they're leaving, they're still, Hamas is still doing this nickel and dime stuff. But I think that the only reason that there hasn't been a larger warhead launched into the middle of downtown Israel is because they know that we will respond in kind. Oh, yeah. And none of the countries over there could deal with us responding in any way, shape, or form.
And I would also note his appeal to young radical voters, especially those of an anti-war stripe. And he gets even better when he starts talking internationally. On November 22nd, he claimed empathy with the Taliban's hatred for an America that occupied their country. First of all, the idea that the Taliban are the legitimate representatives of Afghanistan is bizarre. They were themselves occupiers, insane pseudo-theocratic oppressors of the actual Afghan people, feared and hated in the region for years before 9/11, including among neighboring Iran's democratic underground of activists and artists. Imagining that the Taliban would become a kinder, gentler force if only Americans would mind our own business, as Paul put it, not only demonstrates complete ignorance of the subject, but again suggests American culpability in the region in a manner that gives succor to America's enemies, both within and without. In this matter, he leaves little room between himself and Michael Moore.
Now, well, when you consider everything that the Taliban did in Afghanistan after after we helped them get the Russians out, they formed the Taliban, and they just came down with this super hardcore Islamic law. They start abusing women. We've already gone over all the reasons why you don't want Sharia law. And apparently Dr. Paul doesn't understand this.
And I would suggest that all the listeners, if you'd like to educate yourself further, both of these two articles are pages in length. I can't possibly read them all. So go to the show notes link page, and you can get it yourself. Ron Paul and the neoliberal re-education campaign. These are the bad ideas that keep Paulists from winning over the party of Lincoln and Reagan. To bring about radical and permanent change in any society, our primary focus must be on the conversion of minds through education. Congressman and presidential candidate Ron Paul. Does Ron Paul have a lot of interesting ideas he puts forward as a presidential candidate? Yes. From his honestly libertarian views, he was the 1988 Libertarian presidential nominee, so he's been at this a long time, to his willingness to challenge the status quo in economics. Let's see here. When it comes to foreign policy, Ron Paul and his supporters are not conservatives. This is important to understand when one realizes that Paul's views are self-described non-interventionist. The fact that he has been allowed to get away with pretending to conservatism on this score is merely reflective of journalists who, for whatever reason, are simply unfamiliar with American history. Ironically, it is precisely because the Paul campaign has not been thoroughly covered that no one pays attention to the historical paternity of what the candidate is saying. The deception, and it's a considerable deception, is that almost to a person, those prominent pre-Ron Paul, non-interventionist Paulist politicians of the 20th century were overwhelmingly not conservatives at all. They were men of the left, the far left. From three-time Democratic presidential nominee and Woodrow Wilson Secretary of State William Jennings Bryan to powerful Montana Democrat Senator Burton K. Wheeler to FDR's ex-vice presidential nominee Henry Wallace to the 1968 anti-war presidential candidacy of Minnesota Democratic Senator Eugene McCarthy to 1972 Democratic presidential nominee and Henry Wallace delegate in 1948 George McGovern, non-interventionists have held prominent positions in the American left that was and is the Democrat Party. Of particular interest, and here's where the deception by Paulus is so considerable, the Ron Paul view of foreign policy has been the cornerstone of Republican liberals and progressives, those who, using current political terminology, would be called rhinos of their day. And I mean, the list is long. Republican William Borah, senator from Idaho, Republican George Norris, congressman and senator from Nebraska, Gerald Nye, Robert La Follette Sr., Robert La Follette Jr., and it just goes on and on. And I'm just trying to get some facts out because the initial writer is correct. Nothing is ever really talked about this guy except for the whack job stuff.
Well, not just the whack job stuff. There's all the he has this conservative air because he's actually saying, we shouldn't be spending as much money as we are. And that's not necessarily, truly a conservative view. I mean, yeah, that's part of it. But a lot of his other stuff is, when you say we're gonna, we don't want to be in other countries, and we don't want to, and okay, is he willing to come out and say he's going to withdraw us from the United Nations?
I would be for that.
I would be for that too, but he's not going to because he's never said anything to that fact. And the fact that we're a member of the United Nations, and Lord knows we're the teeth of the United Nations, anything that happens with the United Nations, we're going to be committing troops, whether he wants to admit it or not, and whether he wants to say, we don't need to be in these other countries. I agree with a lot of that, but as long as you say we're going to be part of the United Nations, you're saying we're going to be apt to go to these other countries, to Chechnya, to wherever the United Nations decides to send its peacekeeping force, which is the United States military.
The proper term for Paul and his followers then would take into account this political half-horse, half-man philosophical creativity. Conservative on domestic policy, a staunch advocate of historically liberal views on foreign policy. Ron Paul is what might be called a neoliberal or even a quasi-conservative. He's got some problem with anti-Semitism. Disturbingly, the history of neoliberalism is replete with charges of anti-Semitism. While this is a charge in today's political dialogue that has been thrown repeatedly at Paul and his neolib followers, it has reared its ugly head with earlier neolibs long before Paul was on the political scene. It's a charge that appears to be inevitable when the core premise of non-interventionism is that some dark force somewhere is pushing America into an unconstitutional interventionist war.
Well, the thing is, too, you got to remember, Hutch, they're not actually, that's one of the reasons that Paul's been under the radar. Nobody's really scrutinizing him because they're not taking him seriously. If they were to take him seriously and that was the case, all this would come out.
Yeah.
Somebody would actually break it down and tell the American people this is the issue. And until the mainstream media actually take his candidacy as a real threat, right now they don't want to, because if they leave him in the race, they know that he splits the vote.
This issue, yeah, you're right, no question. But there is a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. This issue of a connection between Paul or those around him and anti-Semitism has been hotly discussed by all manner of well-respected conservatives, from David Horowitz to commentaries John Podhoretz, to Andrew Walden at the American Thinker, to Bill Kristol's Weekly Standard, to In Defense of Paul, National Review's John Derbyshire. So that's a good thing. Now, just to wrap this up on this issue for this week, here are the views of various prominent Paul supporters about some conservatives you may be familiar with. Ronald Reagan. The late Paulist Murray Rothbard labels the conservative presidential icon as a cretin. Reagan's 2 terms in office described as 8 dreary, miserable, mind-numbing years. William F. Buckley, Jr. The man who became the very gold standard of the American conservative movement is viewed as a de facto totalitarian. Again, in another Rothbard selection from ex-Paul Chief of Staff Lew Rockwell's site, a site for which Paul himself has written. Antonin Scalia. Justice Scalia is not only no conservative in Paulville, he is sitting down, a reliable supporter of presidential dictatorship, the police state, the torture warfare state, and the empire. This gem was penned by ex-Paul Chief of Staff Rockwell himself. Sarah Palin, that's right. This business of Sarah Palin being a conservative, according to Rockwell, is just a ruse. In fact, Governor Palin is really a double agent for the regime. From the same article as above, oh yes, don't forget Governor Palin is quite possibly a puppet, as seen by Jack Hunter, now the Paul campaign's official blogger. Oh, and Mr. Mulshine, the Paulist columnist, to him Palin is just another whiny liberal claiming victimization. Edwin Meese, the former Reagan Attorney General, beloved of conservative activists, is described in Paulville as the mouthpiece for fascists. The Koch brothers, the fascists for whom Ed Meese is the fascist mouthpiece, that would be the libertarian Koch brothers, who apparently aren't libertarian at all in the eyes of Paulville. In Paulville, libertarian conservatives, Clarence Thomas, dubbed part of a fascist tag team by Paul's supporters. Why? Because Justice Thomas, along with fellow Justice Scalia, spoke at the gathering sponsored by those fascist Koch brothers, where Ed Meese was covering as the mouthpiece for the fascists. Rush Limbaugh? That Rush Limbaugh isn't a conservative? Nope, not in Paulville. In the eyes of Paulvillians, the Rush Limbaugh so many millions of conservatives thought they knew and loved turns out to be a man with Stalinist tendencies, a.k.a. a commie. And it goes on and on and on and on. I mean, this
it's totally crazy.
It is.
I mean, and that's what I said initially in this whole thing is he surrounds himself with crazy bastards, and he attracts more crazy bastards, and then he can't understand why his story doesn't get out. Why he's not getting any traction, because he's being discounted because all the people around him are crazy.
And this should be brought to the forefront. I mean,
Ronald Reagan's not a conservative is the most steaming pile of crap I ever heard in my life.
Or Edwin Meese, Sean Hannity, Mark Levin, the Cato Institute.
Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah.
Rush Limbaugh is actually a Stalinist.
No.
Are you kidding me?
Ed Meese is a fascist. Antonin Scalia, one of the best justices we ever had. Oh, man, I don't know.
To me, it's being able to post the most ridiculous Facebook statuses and not being ridiculed by all my peers.
To me, it's about being able to express my opinion on television or radio and not having the government come down on my shoulders.
It means having the freedom to say what you want to say without having any repercussions.
Freedom of speech. It's more than just black and white words on a page. It's a way of life. This message is brought to you by the NAB Education Foundation, the Broadcast Education Association, the McCormick Foundation, and this station.
For America's wounded warriors, coming home can sometimes be a battle in itself. Making the transition back to civilian life or active duty with a traumatic injury can be the challenge of a lifetime. The USO provides every American a way to support our wounded warriors and their families through every phase of their medical treatment and rehabilitation. It's how all of us, as a community, can give something back to our heroes. It's how we can say thank you and assure them that their sacrifice is recognized and appreciated by every one of us. Join us. Visit USO.org to learn how you can make a difference in the lives of our wounded warriors and their families. The USO, until everyone comes home.
political leaders are praising Occupy Wall Street.
American people are now occupying Wall Street. Do you support them?
Well, I support the message.
I think it expresses the frustrations that the American people feel.
I'm with them emotionally, viscerally, in my bones. I know they're right.
What is happening at the Occupy Wall Street protest?
Jews control Wall Street!
You're a bum, Jew.
The small ethnic Jewish population in this country, they have a firm grip on America's media, finances.
You got the money. That's why you're fighting, you Jewish man. You can't even speak English. Are you Israeli? Go back to Israel.
Why are our leaders turning a blind eye to anti-Semitic, anti-Israel attacks? Tell President Obama and Leader Pelosi to stand up to the mob. Hate is not an American value.
This podcast is proud to be a part of the Blueberry Network. Find freshly picked podcasts just for you at blueberry.com. That's blueberry, no ease.com.
Well, we posted a story a little bit. I'm sure the hate mail will come. That's fine. No problem. We posted a story. You posted a story a little early that changed a little bit, but I think this year in Congress, this is the congressional year of the dog, because it's the congressional year of the hot dog, because so far this year we've lost a Wiener and we've lost a Frank.
Yeah, that's you've been waiting all year to say that, haven't you? That's
I saw that. Yeah. I saw that on Twitter. That wasn't my original. I thought it was
apparently,
good.
Barney Frank announced he won't seek re-election. Longtime Representative Barney Frank, a Democrat from Massachusetts, announced Monday he will not seek re-election, holding an afternoon press conference in Newton, Massachusetts, to offer details behind his decision. The 16-term lawmaker, whose name is emblazoned on the banking reform law that passed Congress last year, has long been rumored to be ready for retirement. He was previously chairman of the House Financial Services Committee, but is now the ranking member since Democrats lost a majority in the 2010 midterm elections. The Dodd-Frank law, a contentious set of provisions that Republicans say add layers of regulatory burdens without preventing potential future meltdowns, was made in response to a near collapse of the banking industry in 2008. Among other actions, it created a Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to oversee access to banking products and required listing ratios of executive pay to median employee salaries. So all I can say is I'm glad you're going, Barney.
If any member of Congress deserves to go to prison, this man does.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he stood up.
He was Frankie and Fanny.
Oh, and his
boyfriend, Frankie taking it in the Fanny.
His boyfriend, he got him a job at one of them. I can't remember which one, but he got him a really, really well-paying job. And he's also a former madam of a gay whorehouse, isn't he? He had right in his basement.
Just to show we're not actually making this stuff up, Frank 71, who was elected to the House in 1980, is one of the first lawmakers to announce he is homosexual. So the homosexual jokes, they just keep coming.
Yeah, they do. And I mean, he doesn't help matters any every time he opens his freaking disgusting fat mouth, man. I mean, wow.
No.
That guy, I mean, I can't believe he got elected so many times. Just on his demeanor, on nothing else.
He's a Democrat in Massachusetts, dude.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line.
He's something. He must have held some real sway up there.
I guess.
I don't know. But they changed his district around. He knew he wasn't going to win. So I guess that's what happened. He cowered out just like Dodd did. Or maybe they got out before the judicial hammer came down. You never know.
Yeah, well, hopefully whoever goes into office next will start following suit and start prosecuting these people, because the stuff that they did was criminal.
Absolutely. We talked about that last week. A justice needs to be served. It does. This is nauseating, some of this stuff.
Yep.
We had some problems down in Virginia. Apparently, the Tea Party in Richmond did everything by the rules when they had their rally down there, and they were charged like $10,000 to hold 3 rallies in Kanawha Plaza, where the occupiers have been allowed to reside at no charge. The Tea Partiers are pretty pissed off.
Yeah, so now the Tea Partiers are crying foul and demanding their money back. But shortly after complaining to the city, the Tea Party group said it received a notice of a tax audit.
I mean, as the Occupy mob sprang up, the city of Richmond allowed them the use of the park at no charge. Mayor Dwight Jones of Richmond is a liberal Democrat who even visited the Occupy mob, encouraging them. The group said in a statement released Monday, in one of the most outrageous political double standards, the city of Richmond, Virginia is now demanding an audit of the Richmond Tea Party. But the city, of course, they deny the double standard.
Yeah, they said any allegations are completely unfounded. Tammy Hawley, a city spokeswoman, told FoxNews.com. She said the city hall was completely unaware of the Tea Party chapter's claims until receiving inquiries from various media outlets.
Yeah, we'll follow that and see where that goes. That's a double standard of the worst variety. But now we have to get back to something that I don't want to say it's slipping in the media, but it doesn't seem to be getting as much coverage as it did before. The Obama administration did another just egregious act last week, Ward. I mean, this is just, it's beyond the pale.
Yeah, last week the Obama administration seals the records of murdered Border Patrol agent implicated in the Fast and Furious. The Obama administration has abruptly sealed court records containing alarming details of how Mexican drug smugglers murdered a U.S. border agent with a gun connected to a failed federal experiment that allowed firearms to be smuggled into Mexico. This means information will now be kept from the public as well as from the media. Could this be a cover-up on the part of the most transparent administration in history? After all, the rifle used to kill federal agent Brian Terry last December in Arizona's Peck Canyon was part of the now infamous Operation Fast and Furious, conducted by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, ATF. The disastrous scheme allowed guns to be smuggled into Mexico so they could eventually be traced to drug cartels.
And the thing about this is that this is only going to get worse because there was approximately 2,000 weapons that we know of that were involved in this that are still on the street. And they're not going away. I mean, they don't expire. Those weapons are going to end up on additional crime scenes.
Oh, absolutely. But here's the thing. Last week, after they sealed the records, and we're going to have another story coming up, but Fast and Furious was in the news quite a bit, but it wasn't in the news as much as it should be. The fact that they sealed the records, the mainstream media didn't pick that up, of course.
And they knew about it, too. That's the thing. They're complicit.
Oh, yeah.
They're complicit in this. They have the same access that everybody else has.
They have the same access that we got.
Exactly. Better access than we have. I mean, they can talk to these people personally.
Yeah, we have to just make stuff up.
But the true tragic part of this, 6 months ago, several agents with the ATF stood before Congress to testify about the details of a U.S. government program that armed Mexico's largest drug cartel with thousands of assault rifles. The administration denied it at the time and questioned the agents' integrity. That's what they always do. The men were nervous and scared. They said they feared for their careers, their reputation, and their families. Well, any attempt to retaliate against them for their testimony today would be unfair, unwise, and unlawful. Senator Charles Grassley, Republican, Iowa, warned the Department of same thing, Justice. But I guess this is happening, Ward. I think these guys are actually getting demoted and getting transferred. And ATF Chief Ken Melson, who oversaw the operation, is now an advisor in the Office of Legal Affairs. He remains in ATF's Washington headquarters. Acting Deputy Director Billy Hoover, who knew his agency was walking guns and demanded an exit strategy just 5 months into the program, is now the special agent in charge of the D.C. office. He, too, did not have to relocate. And it lists a bunch of other top guys. Group Supervisor David Voth managed Fast and Furious on a day-to-day basis and repeatedly stopped field agents from interdicting weapons headed to the border, according to congressional testimony. ATF boosted Voth to chief of the ATF Tobacco Division, where he now supervises more employees in Washington than he ever did in Phoenix. An ATF spokesman in Washington says the key players did not receive promotions but transfers. But then you get down into the agents. Special Agent Jay Dobbins, who is suing the agency for breach of contract, is skeptical. These guys are protected. They're insulated. They're all part of a club. Dobbins said, alleging that the ATF has a history of retaliating against its own who speak up. They risk everything, knowing that everything they work for, their careers, their reputations, their finances are all going to be ruined. A case in point is field agent John Dodson. Dodson uprooted his family from Virginia in 2010 to join a new elite anti-gun trafficking group in Phoenix known as Group 7. Dodson quickly witnessed what was wrong and loudly voiced his objections to Voth and Newell. Management reassigned Dodson to weekend duty and the wire room, a relatively boring job monitoring telephone traffic and subordinate to junior agents. Soon thereafter, Dodson was temporarily assigned to another group for an additional menial assignment until ultimately sent to an FBI task force completely away from the ATF, even turning off his ATF building access pass. So I think that's just terrible. I mean, Agent Larry Alt took a transfer to Florida and has unresolved retaliation claims against the ATF. Agent Pete Fercelli was demoted to a desk job. Fercelli is a respected investigator with years as a detective in the NYPD. He's requested an internal investigation to address the retaliation against him. Agent James Casa also took a transfer to Florida. Agent Carlos Canino, once the deputy attaché in Mexico City, was moved to Tucson. Agent Jose Wall, formerly assigned to Tijuana, was moved to Phoenix. Agent Darren Gill, formerly the attaché to Mexico, retired. Sources say the agents are in a kind of purgatory. As whistleblowers, they can't be fired. The agency can try, but it would be messy. On the other hand, they can be transferred, but face the problems of relocating on their own. Sad story, man. Very, very tragic, in my opinion.
Yes, it is.
Let's see. You covered some Justice Department details that are continuing to dig this hole deeper for the administration.
Yeah, apparently Friday, the Justice Department did what we've said before is a document dump. Their
weekly document dump.
Yeah, so they dumped it on Friday so that it wouldn't make the news or whatever. It gets washed out, and then by Monday everybody forgets about it. Well, except us. In a letter last February, Charles Grassley, the ranking Republican member on the Senate Judiciary Committee, the Justice Department said that the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms had not sanctioned the sale of assault weapons to a straw purchaser, and the agency makes every effort to intercept weapons that have been purchased illegally. In connection with Fast and Furious, both statements turned out to be incorrect. In an email 4 days later to Justice Department colleagues, then U.S. Attorney Dennis Burke in Phoenix said that Grassley's assertions regarding the Arizona investigation and weapons recovered at the murder scene are based on categorical falsehoods. I worry that the ATF will take up to 8 months to answer this when they should be refuting the underlying accusations right now. That email marked the start of the internal debate in the Justice Department over how much to say in response to Grassley's allegations. The fact that there were an ongoing criminal investigation into Terry's murder prompted some of the Justice Department to argue for less disclosure. So they were arguing that they shouldn't disclose anything because they found out that one of their weapons was used to kill a border guard.
Yeah, I mean, some of what turned out to be incorrect information was emailed to Lanny Brewer, the Assistant Attorney General in charge of the Justice Department's Criminal Division. Brewer sent an email saying, "Let's help as much as we can," in responding to Grassley. The email sent to Capitol Hill on Friday showed that Burke supplied additional incorrect information to a Justice Department Criminal Division attorney. For example, Burke said that the guns found at the Terry murder scene were purchased at a Phoenix gun shop before Operation Fast and Furious began. In fact, the operation was underway at the time, and the guns found at the Terry murder scene were part of the probe. Brewer was one of the recipients of that information. In written comments this week to Grassley, Brewer said that he was on a 3-day official trip to Mexico and was aware of, but not involved in, drafting the Justice Department response. Brewer says that he cannot say for sure whether he saw a draft of the letter before it was sent. You know, this whole thing stinks, and I think what it was, they were starting to close in, Ward. They were closing in. They were right there. Now Holder is changing his testimony. I don't know if you caught that.
Yeah, he's changing his testimony. They're saying that the letter we sent you, we're going to withdraw that because that wasn't really, that some of the information was incorrect. So
Crime. That's crime right there.
No matter how you do it, it was a statement to Congress under oath. That's perjury.
Absolutely. And it should be called out. I swear this has to. God bless Grassley and Issa. You know what I mean?
It's perjury, plain, pure, and simple. There's no other way to describe it other than perjury.
But they're doggedly chasing this down the rabbit hole, man, and it's just we're being served well by them. I'm sure it's almost time to start the smear campaigns on them. They actually started with this a little bit, but I don't think it's going to work.
No. You know, it's one of the things where how do you do it? You know, how do you slander a guy that's going, all right, just tell me the truth.
Right. That is, and now you're starting to see some of the Republican presidential candidates call for Holder's resignation, and you're starting to see more and more senators. There was always a bevy of House congressmen that were calling for his resignation, but that doesn't carry as much weight as a senator. And now the senators are starting to line up.
In fact, Issa said this last week that, you know, the ultimate thing for the White House to do, it's the White House's responsibility to fire Holder.
Oh, absolutely. So, put it right at his doorstep. Make him carry it on his campaign.
Exactly. And that's a smart move.
Absolutely.
You know, instead of Congress coming in and saying, okay, we're going to, you know, because they can chastise him. And there's some legal stuff they can do, but they can't actually fire him. But there could be enough of an uprising in the House and the Senate that the president has to make that call.
Well, I'll tell you what, if Newt Gingrich or whoever the front runner whoever the nominee ends up being, if they don't run this every campaign ad and have Holder's picture on there, have Agent Terry's picture on there, have Occupy Wall Street shenanigans on there, they're crazy. I mean, they have perfect subject matter for this campaign that paints an accurate picture of this Chicago mob in Washington.
Exactly. You're exactly right. You're not going to get an argument out of me. I think that, you know, it's one of them things where that's what these guys need to be doing.
Surely.
Instead of Ron Paul running, you know, ads against Newt Gingrich, what he should be doing.
You know, that's what got me. That's what set me off on looking for the stories for this week's episode was that damn ad. I couldn't believe he ran that ad.
And the thing is, you don't attack fellow Republicans because, I mean, that's the same problem that the Democrats had last time. When Obama won the nomination, he goes and picks Biden as his nominee for vice president, and and all the videotape came out of Biden going, he has no experience.
You know,
when they were fighting each other to get the nomination, Biden's basically out there going, he doesn't have the experience to be president.
I heard, and I only heard it one place, that Newt Gingrich was asked, they started asking him about vice presidential picks. And he said something about that he liked Congressman Allen West. And somebody talked to West, and West said that he would not turn that down. Can you imagine an Allen West-Joe Biden debate? Would that not be just worth DVRing? Saving for the
like
ages.
At Christmas. That's my ideal Christmas present.
You could save that for the ages. I mean, that's something that would never get old.
What would be funny is if Alan West comes out with, you know, drawings and stuff, and they're all with Mickey Mouse. You know,
that'd be excellent.
We use Mickey Mouse so Joe can understand it.
Yeah, that would be good. I would love to see that. I hope that transpires. I really do. I'd like to see him. I don't know. I think it's going to be Gingrich too. I don't think that there's enough firepower out there, short of finding a body in his house, that he can't weather. He's weathered so much already, and we've documented for months that he's not perfect. He's got some problems, but unlike some of the other ones, like Romney, he's not running away from them.
Yeah, and the thing is, I just saw a thing on. I can't remember what it was. There was some show, and they were talking to Romney about Obamacare, and he's, you know, bad mouthing Obamacare, and I'm like, how in the hell are you doing that? You did the same thing in Massachusetts. You did it on a state level, but that's what Obama did on a federal level. What's the difference?
And he's going to have to answer for that up until the time he gets out of the running. And the thing about it is, I heard an analysis today that the Romney campaign feels that on Obamacare that they have been asked and answered the question and it's over. And they don't understand it's not over. They're going to have to talk about this from now on. And the thing is, they're starting to get mad when they talk about it. And that's what I said when I meant about the Brett Baer interview. You got to try to find that and see him. He fell apart. It was something. He got mad. And after the interview, Brett Baer, who's one of my favorite correspondents, I like Brett Baer a lot. I think he's an honest guy. But he came out, and he's on Twitter and everything else, and he said that Romney got on him after the interview and said that was I can't remember exactly verbatim what he said, but it was like
a cheap shot.
It was out of line. Yeah, that wasn't unacceptable or something like that. And I'm like, what? All he did was ask you a question, and he quoted him, from something like that he had said previously. And I just think he's going to start losing. And Gingrich is going to start gaining traction, and the guy's going to get ugly. Mark my words. He's been running for president since the last campaign.
The thing is, in this country, well, especially now with the internet, nothing you say ever dies. It gets on the internet and it lives forever. So anything that he ever said regarding Romney Care is going to surface during this Obamacare debate. And if Gingrich, once it gets down to where the Republicans are actually duking it out, and it's a smaller field, don't think for 1 second Romney's not going to hang that around his neck, or Paul's going to hang that around his neck, or whoever the last guy standing are. That's going to go around his neck, and they're going to harp on it. It's going to be on every TV, on every campaign slogan, on every commercial that you see. It's going to be Mitt Romney equals Barack Obama white.
Yeah, definitely.
There's no difference.
And it's not just Obamacare either. I mean, it's a host of issues.
Oh, yeah. But, that's the big one. And, look at Michelle Obama. Her entire campaign is based on running against Obamacare. And when you have her doing that, and she's getting traction because she's running against Obamacare, how the hell does Romney go back and go, well, yeah, Obamacare was bad because you did the same damn thing. You did the individual mandate on a state level way before Obama ever did it, and now you're going to say how bad it is?
Yeah, and I just hope, and I don't really care about Romney. I don't have any use for Romney at all in any capacity. But some of the other candidates, there's some real talent up on that stage. And I just hope they don't damage each other to where they can't work with each other. Because like we said a couple months ago, all these people hopefully are going to be involved in turning our country around. So I hope there's not too much animosity. Like I'd like to see Santorum at a cabinet level position. I would. I think he's a smart guy, man. I don't think that on every single issue he is, but I think if you narrowed it down to his strengths, he's pretty strong on foreign policy.
Yeah, you don't get to be on the national stage by being an idiot.
Right.
Even Huntsman, I don't think that Huntsman is presidential material.
I never heard of the guy before this year.
He could definitely hold a cabinet position. And like a Gingrich West ticket would be outstanding.
Yeah. But there's a lot of people out there on our side that are very talented, and it would be nice to see to purge the current crop of Hillary Clintons and Leon Panetta and all these anti-Israel people. Have you listened to some of the comments lately? It's getting
it's ridiculous, and the fact that the American people aren't standing up going and calling bullshit on this, there's something wrong. It's ridiculous that they can come out and they can say, Obama come out this week and said that he was the most pro-Israel president ever.
Unbelievable.
I don't know what the hell he's smoking, because they got him on a hot mic, with Sarkozy, right, talking about how bad Netanyahu was,
and not just what he says. What he does. We go around to all the Muslim nations and kiss their ass, and then we turn around and make Netanyahu come in the back door.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's sad. It really is. But hopefully, like I said, we can get some more distinguished individuals in higher levels of the executive branch of government. That'll be.
I don't think it's. it's more distinguished. I think it's classy. We need some classy guys.
Yeah, that too.
Now, number one, and I've been barking about this ever since it happened. When Obama went to Saudi Arabia and he bowed to the king of Saudi Arabia, that went through me like a knife.
That's despicable.
The president of the United States bows to no man.
I'll tell you what,
Period.
we ought to get the rigs drilling, and we ought to have no association whatsoever with Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is a horrible country. They're absolutely a horrible nation.
Well, here's the thing. If Paul wants to be an isolationist, here's the things you got to do. All right? If you're listening, Ron Paul, I'm talking to you. Here's the first thing you got to do. You got to get the EPA to be disbanded, disbarred, gone. We got to get manufacturing back in this country, and then we can pull it back from all these other countries. Pull it back from China, Taiwan, North or South Korea, all these other places that are building stuff for us because we can't pump the pollution into the air because the EPA says it's bad. These other places are doing it, it's still going in the air, and we're not making any money from it.
No, and it's creating danger here. I mean, it's purely it's nuts. I mean, I would make an argument to rein in labor unions. I think labor unions are out of control, and they've wrecked so many industries. Look what they did with American Airlines. There's two reasons American Airlines cited for their bankruptcy: high fuel costs and high labor costs. Two Democrat just mantras right there. The high labor costs is because of the unions, and the high fuel costs is because we don't drill our own goddamn oil here.
You got that right.
I mean,
we got one last story, and we got 2 minutes.
Go. Good. Okay, Kane. Herman Cain announced Saturday that he is suspending his campaign for president, telling a crowd of supporters in his home state that the allegations of sexual harassment and infidelity had become too big a burden on his family. His wife, Gloria, standing by his side in a rare public appearance, Cain decried the sustained accusations as false and declared he is at peace with his wife and with himself, but he said the claims have sidetracked and distracted from his ability to present a new vision for the country as well as impacted his ability to raise money. And again, I said it at the top of the show, it was a despicable campaign against Herman Cain, I thought. And I think in the end, if it's true, he's the dumbest guy in the country. If he came into a presidential campaign and all that stuff was true, then he has a screw loose somewhere. But
I don't think it's true, but I don't see why he says he's suspended. He dropped out. You can't suspend your campaign.
I think that was what he meant. I think that's what he meant, though. I mean, I'm not sure, but everybody's taking it as he's dropped.
Well, there's no way you can come back.
No, I mean, no. And he was
that's a shit Ross Perot did.
He was promising,
he was in,
too.
He was out, he was in, he was out.
Cain was promising. I mean, I'm not so sure, and I was behind him for a while, as were you. I think he needed some guidance. I think he had a horrible campaign manager or staff or whoever was guiding him. You almost have to have an insider to help you through this stuff, somebody that's done it before. I guess the guy did a little bit, but he was just off the wall. And this is another guy that it's a shame because he would have been good in the cabinet, too. He would have been a good Secretary of Commerce or Secretary of Labor or something.
He still may be.
He still may.
We don't, the fact that he got out before he took too much of a black eye, maybe that's his idea. And Gingrich said that he values his opinions and he, whatnot. So Gingrich wins, he might have a cabinet place for
that'd be good
for Cain.
And like I said at the top of the show, I hope that he investigates the hell out of this. If it's not true, I hope he proves it in big letters. You know what I mean? Just comes out. He's got resources. He could call a news conference. I'd like to see him get a crack investigative team and just go after this and run it all the way to the source and bring it out to the American people. And they can call these not conspiracy, but these people that are inventing these scandals. I mean, the timing was too perfect. I mean, it was a smear job. It was a hatchet job, no doubt.
Oh, absolutely.
Even if he did do it, it was a hatchet job. But
well, here's the thing. When he ran for president the last time, none of this stuff happened.
No.
None of this stuff came up. And it would have been, at the same time, all these women should have still been there. But all of a sudden, he starts, thriving in the polls, and it's like, oh, we got to do something to slow this down.
And you look at the contrast. Right. Look at the contrast. Bill Clinton was accused of rape. And he did all kinds of other heinous things. And the attacks on those women during that time was ugly.
Jennifer Flowers stuff and whatnot,
Yeah, they were talking about this is what happens when you drag $100 bill through a trailer park. Really? I mean, you said that to a woman that's a victim, you know, not even, I mean, in Edwards, you look at Edwards, he had a child with a woman, you know, while his wife was dying. You know, it's just, that goes on and on. But anyway, we gotta slow her down and put the brakes on it this week. Email the show, steelcityresistance@gmail.com. I'm not even giving out the phone number anymore. I'm wasting breath on you people. But, yeah, if you want to get on Twitter and say something and get it read on the show, use the hashtag SCRPGH, or what is it, SCRPGH49. SCRPGH49, and that makes it a little easier to track. What else is going on, Ward?
We also have a Facebook page. You can like us on Facebook. It's facebook.com/Steel City Resistance. You can also go on our website, and you know, we, like Hutch has said many times, not only do we post the show notes there and the episodes, we also post stuff that we find out and about on the internet that we think is appropriate, funny, whatever. We just post stuff there.
There's a risque post up there now. Ward had to go there with Larry Sinclair.
Hey, it's one of them things.
It is.
Know, somebody's going to have to answer for it.
Doesn't he sound like he's telling the truth?
He's already come out and said he's willing to take a polygraph.
So I don't know. This is something that happened. I don't know, what was it, 2009. That's virtually
right before the election.
It's virtually been buried, and I mean, there's bodies too. He didn't even mention all the bodies on that post. There's more than that.
Well, he mentioned one.
Yeah, one. I think there's three, isn't there? At least two.
Supposedly, yeah.
Anyway, okay, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for spending an hour of your life with us. We appreciate it. And if you don't have anything else, Ward, I'll talk to you next week.
All right, take it easy, man.
You're listening to WHBJ, Digital Talk Radio and History from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
This is Julie.
Hey, calendar. What's my morning like?
Julie's about to have a long day.
At 9 a.m., soccer carpool. 9:10, purchase birthday card. 9:05, dry cleaning.
Did you just go backwards?
I'm sorry, I can't fit that question into your schedule. 9:15, cry for a little bit.
For days that won't end, let Schwann's help. With Schwann's, you can get delicious meals that go from freezer to table in minutes, not hours. Ordered, delivered, done. That's homemade easy. Visit today at schwanns.com.
It has been long overdue to expose the truth that the Democrats and Republicans are sucking the life out of America's liberty and usurping our rights at every turn. Now is the time to take back our individual rights. Here on the Black Patriot Show, we will expose it all. With his musket on his back, the Declaration of Independence in one hand and the Constitution in the other, your host, Roderick Threets.
The electors shall meet in their respective states and vote by ballot for two persons, of whom one at least shall not be an inhabitant of the same state with themselves. And they shall make a list of all the persons voted for and of the number of votes for each, which list they shall sign and certify and transmit sealed to the seat of the government of the United States directly to the President of the Senate. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all the certificates and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes shall be the president, if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed, and if there be more than one who have such majority and have an equal number of votes, then the House of Representatives shall immediately choose by ballot one of them for president. And if no person have a majority, then from the 5 highest on the list, the said House shall in like manner choose the president. But in choosing the president, the votes shall be taken by states, the representation from each state having 1 vote. A quorum for this purpose shall consist of a member or members from 2/3 of the states, and a majority of all the states shall be necessary to a choice. In every case, after the choice of the president, the person having the greatest number of votes of the electors shall be the vice president. But if there should remain 2 or more who have equal votes, the Senate shall choose from them by ballot the vice president. Article 2, Section 1, Clause 3. If you didn't catch what we were talking about there, or what I was talking about there, that is the Electoral College Clause in our Constitution. And that's what we're gonna get into here, because it's been a debate for a long time, but now it's really coming to light. All right, and I'm going to talk about the pros and cons. I'm going to talk about the left side of this, and I'm going to talk about the right side of this, so everybody gets the full perspective on what exactly is going on. And at that point, you can make your choice. Right? With the Electoral College's 200-year history, right? You know, there's been a lot of critics that criticize the Electoral College, and I'd say over half of the people in this country wants to eliminate it, right? But we know the folks like me that honor the Constitution knows the ramifications of getting rid of Article 2, Section 1, Clause 3. We all know. We all know the effects it would have on the 12th Amendment. There'd be some very deep ramifications, and you want to talk about ripping the country apart? This would do it. This would really do it. The people that would want to eliminate the Electoral College only sees the power that will be attained by a set of group of people. Because folks like me would be in the minority. And everybody in the coastal states would be running everything. And we just supposed to just bow down on them. I mean, that's just a recipe for disaster. When the founders wrote in the 12th Amendment, right, when they wrote in Article 2, Section 1, Clause 3, they knew exactly what they were doing. They knew exactly what they were doing. Now, there's 4 things that the opponents of the, I would say they're opponents of the Constitution. I mean, let's just keep that straight and forward. It's what it is, right? They hate our Constitution. They hate that it keeps us in bounds according to the rule of its law, right? Because it is the supreme law of the land, and they want to do everything they can to get rid of that, which would eliminate our individual rights. They can keep selling that pipe dream of a utopia, but this document, this beloved Constitution, secures that utopia they're talking about. It's not perfect. I'm not saying we're perfect, but at the same time, it keeps us from running off the rails into anarchy, right? So the four things that I've noticed with the opponents of the Electoral College, on the direct grounds, right, of that is the possibility of electing a minority president, the risk of the so-called faithless electors, right, and the possible role of the Electoral College in the press and voter turnout and its failure to accurately reflect the national popular will. Well, automatically from that, before I go into my notes, and I kind of explain what I wrote in my notes for both sides of the situation. First of all, I'm going to summarize what I'm going to say for the next 35, 40 minutes, is that if you eliminate the Electoral College and you want to talk about voter suppression or voter depression, this is it. Because what about my vote? I live in a flyover state, as they call it. What about my vote as a minority? My vote won't matter when, if you look at the demographics of the country, right, the political demographics of this country, right, and I did a little counting last night. There's over 137 million people in the 10 Democrat states that hold the most electoral votes. The 10 Republican states that have the most electoral votes, there is only a total of 94 million. And I said it yesterday, and I'll say it again here. Eliminating the Electoral College in our current political climate, our political segregation, will theoretically eliminate the Republican Party. And that's what they want. This is their end game, is to eliminate conservatives. They don't understand that. See, these people, they're disturbed that the minority president, as I mentioned before, what I mean by minority is that one that does not have the absolute majority of popular votes. Okay, like Donald Trump. And they clearly think that doesn't show the will of the country, which is very untrue. All right. Now, one of the few ways, besides the way Donald Trump did it, and I'm going to go into it here, right, is that a minority president could be elected, obviously, if the country is deeply divided. And we've seen that, right, with Donald Trump, how he got in there. People are tired of what the Democrats and the people on the left and the SJWs were doing to our country and what they did to our country for 8 years under Obama. People got mad. And it showed. And the Democrats have the same opportunity, right? But they look at the Electoral College as being rigged, right? In favor of Republicans and conservatives, which is not true at all, because the majority of the states with the high Electoral College votes are in their favor. But they can't win states like Texas. They can't win consistently states like Florida or states like Michigan or states like Wisconsin or Ohio, where hardworking Americans just live out of the way and they're strictly conservative. And so they want to get rid of the Electoral College to basically turn the tables. Now, another time this has occurred was in 1824. All right, and then 1948 and 1968. Okay, is when the president won the Electoral College, but didn't win the popular vote. All right. Now, we have, if that happened today, we have a couple resolutions. Either one candidate could throw his electoral votes to support another one before meeting with the electors, or in absent an absolute majority in the Electoral College, the House of Representatives should select the president in accordance to the 12th. All right. Either way, though, the person taking office will not have obtained the absolute majority of the popular vote. Yet it is unclear how a direct election of the president could resolve such a deep national conflict without introducing a presidential runoff election, a procedure which would add substantially a huge amount of time, cost, and effort already devoted to selecting the president, and it might well deepen the political divisions while trying to resolve them. A second way in which a minority president could take office, as in 1888, one candidate's popular support was heavily concentrated in a few states, while the other candidate maintained a slim popular lead in enough states to win the needed majority of Electoral College. While the country has occasionally come close to this sort of outcome, the question here is whether the distribution of a candidate's popular support should be taken into account alongside the relative size of it. Okay, the issue what I just talked about just a second ago, that issue, just that paragraph, just let that sink in a second, right? Now, I'm going to kind of go into that a little bit to give you a little bit more clarity and why I brought that up, right? The third, there's obviously a third way this could happen too, right? Is that a candidate from a third party drew enough votes from the top two and no one received over 50% of the national popular vote. That's very unusual, but it has happened 15 times. It's happened 15 times. Wilson did it in 1912 and 1916. Truman did it in 1948. Kennedy did it in 60, and Nixon did it in 68. Now, the crazy thing about it is that those outcomes is that few people notice, and even fewer people cared about it, right? Because we're concentrated on the Electoral College. Now, would a direct election have changed these outcomes without a runoff requiring over 50% of the popular vote? Who knows? Who knows what would have happened? Where people would have flipped scripts, or et cetera, right? Now, the other thing that the opponents of the Electoral College says, it points out the risk of so-called faithless electors, right? A faithless elector, okay, let me break that down a second, is one who is pledged to vote for his party's candidate for president, but nonetheless, he votes for the other candidate. Now, there have been 7 such electors in this century alone, as recently as 88. All right, when a Democrat elector from West Virginia cast his vote for Lloyd Benson for president and Michael Dukakis for vice president instead of the other way around. Right now, faithless electors have never changed the outcome of an election, though, simply because most often their purpose is to make a statement rather than to make a difference, and that is to say, when the electoral vote outcome is so obviously going to be for one candidate or the other, the occasional elector casts a vote for some personal favorite, knowing full well that it will not make a difference in the result. Still, if the prospect of a faithless elector is so fearsome as to warrant a constitutional amendment, then it is possible to solve the problem without abolishing the Electoral College, merely by eliminating the individual electors in favor of a pure mathematical process, since the individual electors are no longer essential to its operation, right? One of the other concerns of the opponents of the Electoral College always brings up is the possible role of depressing voter turnout. Now, their argument is that since each state is entitled to the same number of electoral votes regardless of its voter turnout, there is no incentive in the states to encourage voter participation. Indeed, there may even be an incentive to discourage participation, and they often cite the South. They always often cite the South, where the biggest black population is, right? So you see how they try to point that into a racial direction when they do that, right? When they try to say there's voter suppression, it's mainly in the South for voter suppression, right? And that kind of falls into their narrative of, well, black people, they can't get out to vote because they can't get ID and stuff like that. Lame arguments, right? Really, really, really lame arguments, right? It's all about control, right? It's control, right? And their argument with that is it allows a minority of citizens to decide the electoral vote for the whole state. While this argument has a certain surface plausibility, it fails to account for the fact that presidential elections do not occur in a vacuum, right? Now, states also conduct other elections for U.S. senators, U.S. representatives, state governors, state legislators, and a host of all other kind of types of official, school board, things like that, in which these same incentives and disincentives are likely to operate, if at all, with a greater force. It is hard to imagine what counter incentive would be created by eliminating the Electoral College. All right. Lastly, of their big complaints is that the Electoral College does not reflect the national popular will in at least two respects. First, the distribution of the Electoral College votes in the college tends to overrepresent people in rural states. This is because the number of electors for each state is determined by the number of members it has in the House, which more or less reflects the state's population size, plus the number of members it has in the Senate, which is always two regardless of the state's population. Now, the result is that in 88, for example, the combined voting age population was 3.1 million, all right? Now, of the 7 least populous jurisdictions of Alaska, Delaware, D.C., North Dakota, South Dakota, Vermont, Wyoming, right, carried the same voting strength in the Electoral College for a total of 21 electoral votes as the 9.6 million people of voting age in the state of Florida, okay? Each Floridian's potential vote then carried out about 1/3 the weight of a potential vote in the other states listed. Now, they also say another way the Electoral College fails is to accurately reflect the national popular will, which stems primarily from the winner-takes-all mechanism whereby the presidential candidate who wins the most popular votes in the Senate wins all the electoral votes of that state. One effect of this mechanism is to make it extremely difficult for a third party or independent candidates ever to make such of a good showing in the Electoral College. So, for example, a third party or independent candidate were to win the support of even as many 25% of the voters nationwide, he might still end up with no Electoral College votes at all unless he won a plurality of votes in at least one state. And even if he or she managed to win a few states, his support elsewhere would not be reflected, by thus failing to accurately reflect the national popular will. The argument goes the Electoral College reinforces a two-party system, discourages third parties or independent candidates, and therefore tends to restrict choices available to the electorate. All right. Now, what I say in response to these arguments, right? The Electoral College points out that it is never intended to reflect the national popular will. As the first issue, the Electoral College overrepresents rural populations. Proponents respond that the United States Senate, with 2 seats per state, regardless of its population, overrepresents rural populations far more dramatically. Okay, but since there have been no serious proposals to abolish the United States Senate on these grounds, why should such an argument be used to abolish the lesser case of the Electoral College? Because the presidency represents the whole country, but so as an institution does the United States Senate. And as for the second issue of the Electoral College's role in reinforcing a two-party system, proponents, as we shall see, find this to be a positive virtue, and we'll go into that. But before we go into that, there's just a quick word from some sponsors.
Would you like to voice your patriotism without the threat of being censored or shadow banned? Would you like to contribute to wounded veterans but don't know how? Would you like to communicate with like-minded conservatives without being trolled? If you answered yes, then Red Elephant, rdelephant.com is for you. Red Elephant is the new social media platform that will not censor or shadow ban you, and a portion of your sign-up fee goes directly to the Wounded Warriors Project. rdelephant.com.
Are you tired of the same groupthink and want to have your ideas challenged? The Black Patriot Show and theblackpatriot.com is the place for you. It will challenge your intellect and keep you informed. Make sure to subscribe to the newsletter on theblackpatriot.com and subscribe to this podcast on any podcast platform you prefer. Are you ready to be challenged?
You are listening to The Black Patriot Show. For previous episodes of this podcast, go to podcast.theblackpatriot.com to listen and subscribe. And while you are there, please consider donating to The Black Patriot Show to show your support for independent voices, freedom of speech, and the fight to defend the Constitution. And welcome back, y'all. Appreciate y'all hanging in here with The Black Patriot Show as we talk about the Electoral College. And you know, I just gave the opposing side of the Electoral College debate. All right. Now we're going to get into, if you're like me, a constitutionalist and originalist, we're going to get into our side of the issue. All right. We're going to get into our side of the issue. We're going to break down a couple things. Now, the four things that I'm going to point out from a constitutionalist standpoint in this, okay, is that it contributes to the cohesiveness of the country, all right, by requiring distribution of the popular support to the elected president. And it also enhances the status of minority interest, all right, and it contributes to the political stability of the nation by encouraging a two-party system and maintains a federal system of government and representation. Now, I don't agree with the two-party thing, but from the research I've done, and I'll post this in the show notes, the different mediums I use to derive to my conclusions for this. I really think a true strong third party can give the two-party system a run for their money. I mean, let's look at England, like the Brexit party. They're like the fifth party, and they just came in smashing. So it's definitely possible. It's definitely possible. You just have to have the right people on board, right? Now, we have to recognize that there is strong regional interest and loyalties, which has played so great in a role in American history. Proponents, people on our side, right, we argue that the Electoral College contributes to the cohesiveness of the country, be requiring a distribution of popular support to be elected president. Now, without this mechanism, right, they point out the president should be selected either through the domination of one populous region over the others or through the domination of the large metropolitan areas over the rural ones. Instead, it is principally because of the Electoral College that presidential nominees are inclined to select vice presidential running mates from a region other than their own. For as things stand now, no one region contains absolute majority, right, 270 votes of the Electoral College required to be elected president. Thus, there's an incentive for presidential candidates to pull together coalitions of states and regions rather than to exacerbate regional differences, such as unifying mechanism, okay, seems especially prudent in view of the severe regional problems that have typically plagued geographically large nations such as China, India, Soviet Union, and even during its heyday, the Roman Empire. All right. Now, the unifying mechanism, right, doesn't, however, come with a small price, and the price is that in very close popular elections, it is possible that the candidate who wins a slight majority of popular votes may not be the elected president, right? As in 1888, 2016, right? On depending on whether his or her popularity is concentrated in a few states or whether it is more evenly distributed across the states. Yet this is less of a problem than it seems, since as a principal matter, right, the popular difference between two candidates would likely be so small that either candidate could govern effectively. Now, we believe, right, that the practical value of requiring a distribution of popular support outweighs whatever sentimental value may attach to obtaining a bare majority of popular support. But indeed, that they point out that the electoral college system is designed to work in a rational series of defaults. If in the first instance, a candidate receives a substantial majority of the popular vote, then that candidate is virtually certain to win enough electoral votes to be elected president. In the event that the popular vote is extremely close, then the election defaults to that candidate with the best distribution of popular votes, as evidenced, right, by obtaining the absolute majority of electoral votes, right? It's kind of coalesced within itself, right? In the event, the country is so divided that no one obtains an absolute majority of electoral votes, then the choice of president defaults to the states in the U.S. House in this case, right? And one way or another, then the winning candidate must demonstrate both a sufficient popular support to govern as well as a sufficient distribution of that support to govern. Now, we also point out that far from diminishing minority interest by depressing or suppressing a voter participation, the Electoral College actually enhances the status of minority groups. This is so because the voters of even small minorities in a state may make a difference between winning all of the state's electoral votes or none of the state's electoral votes. And since ethnic minority groups in the United States happen to concentrate in those states with the most electoral votes, they assume in importance to presidential candidates well out of proportion to their number. The same principle applies to other special interest groups such as labor unions, farmers, environmentalists, and so forth. So it is because of that particular leverage effect, right, that the presidency as an institution itself, all right, tends to be more sensitive to ethnic minority and other special interest groups than does the Congress as an institution. Right. Now, changing to a direct election of the president would therefore actually damage minority interests since their votes would be overwhelmed by a national popular majority. Right. And I've already explained that in my prologue at the start here. Right? That's exactly my point. I felt I needed to bring that up again. Right. Now, as constitutionalists, we further argue that the Electoral College contributes to the stability of the nation by encouraging two-party system. There can be no doubt, okay, that the Electoral College has encouraged and helps to maintain a two-party system in the United States. This is true simply because it's extremely difficult for a new or minority party to win enough popular votes in enough states to have a chance of winning the presidency. Even if they won enough electoral votes to force a decision into the U.S. House of Representatives, they would have to have a majority of over half the state delegations in order to elect their candidate. And in that case, that would hardly be considered a minority party at that point, right? You'd be a pretty major party, right? Now, in addition to protecting the presidency from impassioned but transitory third-party movements, the practical effect of the Electoral College, along with the single-member district system of representation in the Congress, is to virtually force third-party movements into one of the two major political parties. Conversely, the major parties have every incentive to absorb minority party movements into their continual attempt to win popular majorities in the states. In this process of assimilation, third-party movements are obliged to compromise their more radical views if they hope to attain any of their more generally acceptable objectives. Thus, we end up with two large, pragmatic political parties which tend to the center of the public opinion rather than dozens of smaller political parties catering to divergent and sometimes extremist views. In other words, what I'm saying is such a system forces political coalitions to occur within the political parties rather than within the government. Now, a direct, a pure democratic popular election of the president would likely have the opposite effect of all that. For in a direct popular election, there would be every incentive for a multitude of minority parties to form in an attempt to prevent whatever popular majority might be necessary to elect a president. The surviving candidates would thus be drawn to the regionalist or extremist views represented by these parties in hope of winning the runoff election. See, you got to understand why the Democrats have gone extreme, right? Why the Democrats have gone further left, right? And I kind of just explained it in that one, right? Because they want people to kowtow to what they believe. And this will be detrimental to them, because what if you start getting like the Muslim Brotherhood and they're like, you got to bow down to Sharia or we won't give you I'll give you our vote. You know what I mean? I mean, it's the dangerous situation, but they don't see it. They see the eyes for power, and that's all they see, right? They don't also understand that the result of a direct popular election for president then would likely be frayed in an unstable political system characterized by a multitude of political parties and by more radical changes in policies from one administration to the next. The electoral college system, in contrast, encourages political parties to coalesce divergent interests into two sets of coherent alternatives. Such an organization of social conflict and political debate contributes to the political stability of a nation. All right. And finally, us constitutionalists, originalists, we also argue that quite correctly, the Electoral College maintains a federal system of government and representation, right? The reasoning is that in a formal federal structure, important political powers are reserved to the component states. Now, in the United States, the House of Representatives was designed to represent the states according to the size of their population. The states are even responsible for drawing the district lines for their House seats. The Senate was designed to represent each state equally, regardless of population, and the Electoral College was designed to represent each state's choice for the presidency, with the number of states' electoral votes being the number of its senators plus the number of its representatives. Now, to abolish the Electoral College in favor of a nationwide popular election for president would strike at the very heart of the federal structure laid out in our Constitution and would lead to a nationalization of our central government to the detriment of the states. Let me say that again if you didn't hear me. Getting rid of the Electoral College would theoretically eliminate the federal government. That's basically what it is. It would eliminate the federal government, and it would turn our government into one centralized piece of crap. They already don't do nothing now. They turn it into one centralized government. I mean, talk about fascism right to the core of it, the core meaning. Every person that gets elected president with the abolishment of the Electoral College will act like a king, act like a czar, act like Joseph Stalin, act like Mao, act like President Xi, right? But they don't want you to know that. They want to keep you distracted with all the crap while they do crap like this. And the thing is, if we become obsessed with government by popular majority as only consideration, should we not then abolish the Senate, which represents states regardless of population? Should we not correct the minor distortions in the House, caused by redistricting, gerrymandering, etc., by changing it to a system of proportional representation? This would accomplish government by popular majority and guarantee the representation of minority parties, but it would also demolish our federal system of government, for there are reasons to maintain state representation in the Senate and the House as they exist today. Then surely these same reasons apply to the choice of president. Why then apply a sentimental attachment to popular majorities only to the Electoral College? Really, the fact is that they argue that the original design of the federal system of the government was thoroughly and wisely debated by the Founding Fathers. State viewpoints, they decided, are more important than political minority viewpoints, and the collective opinion of the individual state populations is more important than the opinion of the national population taken as a whole. Nor should we tamper with the careful balance of power between national and state governments, which the Founding Fathers intended, and which is reflected in the Electoral College. To do so would fundamentally alter the nature of our government and might well bring about consequences that even the reformers would come to regret. Now, in conclusion, I'm going to wrap this up with a little bow for you. The Electoral College has performed its function for over 200 years by ensuring that the President of the United States has both sufficient popular support to govern and that his popular support is sufficiently distributed throughout the country to enable him to govern effectively. Although there are a few anomalies in the early history of the Electoral College, right, none have occurred in the past century. Proposals to abolish the Electoral College, though frequently put forward, have failed largely because the alternatives to it appear more problematic than is the college itself. The fact that the Electoral College was originally designed to solve one set of problems, but today serves to solve an entirely different set of problems, is a tribute to the genius of the Founding Fathers. Thank you for listening to the Black Patriot Show. Make sure you connect with me on rdelephant.com, Parlay, and Twitter. My handle over there is MAGLA-ROD. Make sure you subscribe to this podcast on iTunes. Leave me a 5-star rating. And you can subscribe on any other major podcast platform by going to podcast.theblackpatriot.com. And until next time, in liberty and in his grace, God bless you, God bless your family, and God bless America.
This is Julie.
Hey, calendar, what's my morning like?
Julie's about to have a long day.
At 9 a.m., soccer carpool. 9:10, purchase birthday card. 9:05, dry cleaning.
Did you just go backwards?
I'm sorry, I can't fit that question into your schedule. 9:15, cry for a little bit.
For days that won't end, let Schwann's help. With Schwann's, you can get delicious meals that go from freezer to table in minutes, not hours. Ordered, delivered, done. That's homemade easy. Visit today at schwanns.com.
You're listening to WHBJ Digital Talk from the 412.
The word on the street is apprehension. The word on the street is that people are leaving if they can. If you look at the composition of people going, it's because they don't actually like what's happening to this country.
The sense of alarm and of resentment lie not with the immigrant population, but with those among whom they have come and are still coming.
I don't think we've yet effectively put over just how troubled many of our constituents are by this. And that's worrying because if you allow things to brew, they can erupt in all sorts of ways, which then it's too late to actually counteract.
We fight on the beaches, we shall fight on the landing grounds.
Thank you for joining us. You are listening to A Radio, and this is The Morning Moment. We're on weekdays, 11:45 Eastern. Follow us on Spreaker.com and click on the like button. Tonight, I want to introduce you to somebody. I would think that the older population, more senior shall I say, would know the name Enoch Powell, but many of you do not know Enoch Powell. And I think that of his day, he was completely misunderstood and could even be considered in historical terms a visionary. It's all a matter of perspective. But I would like to give you an overview of Mr. Enoch Powell, who is a politician who is now passed, who predicted the civil unrest which took place in Britain through the 60s, 70s and 80s, and has had a major effect on British politics even after his death, and in particular one particular speech which is quoted time and time again, totally misunderstood. I grew up thinking it was one thing when it turned out to be something entirely different, but I'll let you listen to these things and you make up your own mind. Anyway, tonight's podcast is Enoch Powell. This is from the Birmingham Mail in March 2015, and it's concerning Enoch Powell, and it's a brief overview of his life, and it goes like this. Who is Enoch Powell? The life of a controversial politician in 22 facts. Number 1. Birmingham born and raised. Powell was raised in Stechford, which is an area of Birmingham, before he moved to Kings Norton, another area of Birmingham, at the conclusion of World War I. His family had been in the area since the 19th century, and his grandfather was a coal miner. Number 2. Educated in Birmingham, he attended Kings Norton Grammar School for boys. Before moving to King Edward's School, Birmingham, he achieved 100% in the end-of-year English examination, displaying an early aptitude for the language that would later feed his controversial political career. Number 3. Little early interests in politics. Despite his obvious moves later in his life, he wasn't immediately interested in politics. He showed no interest when he was at Cambridge University. Instead, he focused on Latin and philosophy. Number 4. Intellect abroad. His early life saw him appointed Professor of Greek at the University of Sydney at the age of 25. Number 5. Predicted World War II. He was not alone in expecting the peace of World War I to be temporary, but suspected it as early as 1930. He was angry about Britain's attempt to appease Nazi Germany. He returned home after the outbreak of World War II, but bought a Russian dictionary predicting they would be key to survival. Number 6. Apologise about this one, folks. Suspicious of the USA. When fighting in World War II, he became convinced that one of the main aims of the US during the war was to destroy the British Empire. In 1943, he wrote home to suggest the US would be a bigger enemy than Germany or Japan. Number 7. Mistaken for a spy. The book, like Roman, The Life of Enoch Powell, mentioned that he caught jaundice during the conflict, refusing to return home but telling his parents that he was yellow all over. 2 men believed after talking to him that they had been hoodwinked by a Japanese spy. He was also put in the guardhouse after the guard heard him singing a Nazi anthem, Horst Wessel lied. Number 8. Voted Labour before joining the Conservative Party. He voted for Labour, just like most people in 1945, because he was angry about the previous Conservative policy, namely the Munich Agreement, but soon joined the party. He was appalled in 1947 when the Indian independence was becoming a reality, since he wanted to be Viceroy of India. Number 9. Wolverhampton South West. After unsuccessfully contesting the seat of Normanton in 1947, he was elected MP for Wolverhampton South in 1950. Number 10. In 1953, Powell delivered what he believed was his finest speech. He was deeply opposed to Royal Titles Bill, which changed the style of the United Kingdom. It included what he called suppression of word British, as well as pleasing of people who had deliberately cast off their allegiance to our common monarchy. This only escalated during when he became one of the Suez group of MPs who were more against the removal of British troops from the Suez Canal. Once that happened, he opposed any attempt to retake the area because he believed Britain no longer had the resources to be a world power. Number 11. 1956 saw two notable moments. He attended a committee in the spring advocating restrictions on immigration. Later in the year, he said that restricting immigration would require a change in the law, and there would be very few people who would say the time had come when it was so essential that so great a change should be made. He later claimed that he was merely said that out of loyalty to the government line. Number 12, rent. In the same year, he spoke in support of the rent bill, which brought the end to wartime rent controls and phased out regulation of cost of renting a property. Number 13, more complicated than the Rivers of Blood speech suggests. A quick read of this infamous Rivers of Blood speech puts Enoch Powell firmly on the right of politics, but he voted to abolish capital punishment, legalize homosexual acts between consenting adults. Hula Massacre speech in 1959 saw the death of 11 detainees in Kenya, clubbed to death by guards who were attempting to force them to work. Other MPs described them as subhuman to attempt to defuse the matter. Powell rejected this and the notion that different methods were acceptable in different areas. He said, "We cannot and we dare not, in Africa, of all places, fall below our highest standards in acceptance of responsibility." Losing leadership elections. In 1964, he began speaking again about immigration, talking of control over the numbers allowed in. He also wanted to avoid the evils of a colour questions in this country for ourselves and for our children. In 1965, he lost the first party election with Edward Heath winning and appointing him Shadow Defence Secretary. Number 16, Rivers of Blood speech in Birmingham. In 1968, Powell made his speech on the consequences of unchecked immigration, for which he would become known for. He was sacked the next day by Edward Heath because he believed it would heighten racial tensions. The Telegraph and the Times both condemned the speech, and in the aftermath, racial attacks occurred. He remained an MP until 1974. One victim said, "I've been here since 1955 and nothing like this has happened before. I'm shattered." Despite this, the speech was hugely popular, with many striking over his dismissal and a huge rush of support in favour of a restriction on immigration. The speech received support from numerous names over the years. Nigel Hastillo in 2007 resigned as a Conservative candidate in Hales-Owen, and Rowley Regis after saying Powell was right in the article. Number 17. Speaking to the Birmingham Post. In an interview with the Birmingham Post, he said, that is Powell, "What I would take a racist to mean is a person who believes in the inherent inferiority of one race of mankind to another, and who acts and speaks in that belief. So the answer to the question of whether I'm a racist is no, unless perhaps it is to be a racist in reverse. I regard many of the peoples in India as being superior in many respects, intellectually, for example, and in other respects to Europeans. Perhaps that is overcorrecting." 18. Against the European Union, which was known as the EEC, the European Economic Community then, rather appropriate with Brexit. Powell criticised the Conservative Party for allowing the UK to join the community, advocating that people vote Labour instead. Ulster Unionist, number 19. He returned to Parliament in 1974 as an Ulster Unionist MP in the aftermath of the Birmingham pub bombings. He warned against the passing of the Prevention of Terrorism Act because it was conceived in haste under an immediate pressure. Margaret Thatcher refused Powell a chance to return because he had turned his back on the party by leaving and telling them how to vote Labour. Number 20. Riots attributed to immigration. After the riot in Toxteth, Liverpool in 1981, Powell gave a speech which said you could not understand the riots unless you considered the fact that large cities had an under 25 population of between 25 and 50%. of immigrants or descended of immigrants. He was accused of making a National Front speech. 21. Pro-war, anti-nuclear. It's argued that Powell was pro-war because of his support for the Falkland Islands conflict. He opposed the conflict in 1990 with Iraq, since the Middle East was no longer a British concern and Kuwait was not a British ally. He did, however, later oppose nuclear weapons. 22. Death and legacy. Enoch Powell died at the age of 85 and left a confused legacy. Many claim he was a racist, but that side of his character often overshadows some of his more nuanced opinions. It is undoubted that he changed how people discuss issues of racism and immigration. Arguments still occur whether this is for the better or for the worse. And that article can be found in the Birmingham Mail, and I'll put a link at the end of this broadcast. And we'll be back after this.
Scotch Perkins by Simmers, full of goodness, full of ginger and spice and all things nice. Make sure your friends and family enjoy Scotch Perkins, oven fresh by Simmers.
Introducing the Ross Puff Candy Champ, the challengers. There's the bell. The challengers come out fighting. My goodness, the champ's eating a Ross Puff candy bar. He's fighting with only one hand. It's fantastic, incredible. Thanks, Jam. He's still the Ross Puff Candy champion of the world. Biggest and best value. At threepence, Ross Puff Candy's an absolute knockout.
This man has a secret he hides from his family. An overwhelming desire for the crumbly crispness, the subtle flavor of Simmers rice biscuits. His wife discovered Simmers rice biscuits long ago. Have you?
Norway, land of fjords and mountains, sends you Peak Lager, a sparkling lager, cool and clear. Peak Lager, keen-flavored for men of rugged countries. There's comradeship between men of mountain lands, and Peak Lager is Scotland's own taste in lager, too. Ask for Peak Lager, or if you prefer a special brew, Extra Peak.
It's important to give a brief overview of Enoch Powell for those of you who've never heard of him, don't understand who he was and what he was about, and what relevance he had in British politics at the time. So I make no bones about playing that last piece that I put in there with the 25 points. I'm sorry it was long, but I think it was relevant, and I think it fits the narrative that I'm trying to put across here. Anyway, I'll be back after this. This next piece is a piece from the BBC called, it's a three-part series called Enoch Powell Was Right, and this is part one. This is a slightly modified version, and I have to warn you, this is a historic piece, okay? It's an historical piece. It's not me commenting in any way. The words are the words. I make no apologies. This is history, as words were used in the South in the 50s. these words were used in Britain in the 60s. So please take this as an historical document, and it is no way me agreeing with any of the comments and the words being used, but it has to be heard in context. So please listen, make of it what you will, and I will be back after this.
Those whom the gods wish to destroy, they first make mad.
He was somebody who took a point, elaborated it, and was led by it to its own implied conclusion. And as a philosopher, I admired that. That's the way one should think if one's interested in truth. But if one's interested in persuading people, then of course that might be a mistake. People are often frightened by logic. They're frightened by the truth also.
We must be mad. Literally mad as a nation to be permitted the annual inflow of some 50,000 dependents who are, for the most part, the material of the future growth of the immigrant-descended population. It is like watching a nation busily engaged in heaping up its own funeral pyre.
Disturbed by the speed and scale of change, Powell quoted government statistics which predicted, quite accurately as it turned out, that by the year 2000 there would be between 5 and 7 million immigrants, accounting for 1/10 of Britain's population. It was, Powell claimed, a total transformation to which there is no parallel in English history. The British people had never been consulted on the unprecedented transformation taking place in their country. The speed and scale of immigration made many feel uneasy. Familiar neighbourhoods were being changed forever. Some white British people also believed they were becoming second-class citizens in their own country. Much of Powell's speech was not recorded. The following extract is read by an actor.
They found their wives unable to obtain hospital beds in childbirth, their children unable to obtain school places, their homes and neighborhoods changed beyond recognition. They began to hear, as time went by, more and more voices which told them that they were now the unwanted.
I walked the streets with my wife and 3 children. We had nowhere to go. We spent a week at her mother's, a week at her sister's, nowhere at all to go. And eventually we found a place, a very dilapidated place. We're still living. It's 100 years old. The roof leaks. It's no good in this day and age for people living. And when I look out of my back window, there's blocks of flats and masonettes with black people in. I think that's wrong. I think that the ex-servicemen should get preference in this country and preference these people.
Powell believed that the discrimination his countrymen complained of was about to be made far worse by new legislation which the Labour government was proposing. A new race relations bill would make it illegal to refuse housing, employment or public services to people because of their ethnic background. The legislation was meant to stop the victimisation of immigrants, but Powell believed it would result in the victimisation of whites instead.
His criticism is very clear. This is going to mean that Commonwealth immigrants, meaning blacks and Asians, will be privileged over the locals, because you would not be able to sack them, you would not be allowed to talk about them in a certain language on grounds of being politically incorrect and so on. And secondly, it is going to curtail the individual's freedom to discriminate against whoever he wants.
The discrimination and the deprivation, the sense of alarm and of resentment lie not with the immigrant population, but with those among whom they have come and are still coming. This is why to enact legislation of the kind before Parliament at this moment is to risk throwing a match onto gunpowder.
Powell profoundly opposed the Race Relations Bill, but he was out of step with many of his Conservative colleagues.
I had an employment agency at around that time, which offered to companies CVs of people who might work for them, professionally and technically qualified people. And we'd get the requests back from well-known British companies, and across the top would be no colours. Now, that was what was happening. I knew it was happening. There was no point in sort of saying, I don't believe it, or hearsay. I knew it was happening. And this is what the Labour legislation was about outlawing that sort of discriminatory racial behaviour.
The unique culture and civilization of Powell's beloved country were being transformed against his wishes by mass migration. The change was particularly marked in urban areas like his own constituency of Wolverhampton Southwest.
It almost passes belief that at this moment, 20 to 30 additional immigrant children are arriving from overseas in Wolverhampton alone every week. And that means 15 or 20 additional families a decade or so hence.
Immigration was certainly changing parts of the West Midlands. It was changing the constituency that I represented. My constituency was predominantly Irish in its urban parts when I first became Member of Parliament, and gradually the Irish moved out into the suburbs, and immigrants, mostly from Kashmir, moved in. And there were areas where it was visibly different, where what had been Anglican churches became mosques.
Powell believed that the liberal establishment of politicians, journalists and church leaders had deliberately ignored the concerns of ordinary people. That sense of an impending danger being ignored was highlighted in an incendiary letter Powell claimed to have received concerning a constituent from Wolverhampton, an elderly widow. The letter alleged that she had been repeatedly intimidated by black immigrants who had moved into her street.
There's always this sense that they want to get the women. They're after your women, invoking a widow to make it even more poignant. And then you're sort of thinking of some sort of frail, elderly, white woman besieged by these hulking, great sort of black people all around her. So it's a very interesting way of making a nation feel that it's besieged.
No recording of this section of the speech exists, but these are the words that Powell quoted.
She is becoming afraid to go out. Windows are broken. She finds excreta pushed through her letterbox. When she goes to the shops, she is followed by children. Charming, wide-grinning, pickaninnies.
Pickaninny is a really potent term. It immediately conjures up this image of the kind of little black Sambo. You know, the little child with corkscrew hair and big, wide bug eyes, big, over-exaggerated thick lips, big nose and so on, and black skin.
Underlying Powell's speech was a deep-seated fear. He believed that immigration was fatally weakening the racial, religious and cultural ties that had bound his country together for centuries.
All of us need an identity which unites us with our neighbours, our countrymen, those people who are subject to the same rules and the same laws as us, those people with whom we might one day have to fight side by side to protect our inheritance, those people with whom we will suffer when attacked, those people whose destinies are in some way tied up with our own.
But the Labour government had recently announced an historic shift which would threaten Powell's deeply held views of what Britain was. The Home Secretary, Roy Jenkins, a Liberal reformer, argued that immigrants should no longer have to integrate. Newcomers could retain their own values. It was the birth of a new way of thinking about Britain, multiculturalism.
is from an election programme on the BBC, and the voice of the interviewer is Robin Day, and it's Enoch Powell discussing his victory in Northern Ireland in the 1974 general election, and comments about the EU come out, which I think are rather significant to today's situation. Anyway, take a listen, and I'll be right back after this.
Good afternoon, Mr. Powell.
Hello, Robin. Long time no see.
Yes, I'm sorry not to have talked to you in recent weeks. May I just ask if you recall those lines which you once quoted from Houseman? Do you feel that there has been a just use in this election of those weapons stored in the arsenals of divine vengeance?
The weapons are there all right in the arsenal, and I thought that the United Kingdom result indicated a further application of them. But so far as South Down is concerned, the important thing is that the Unionist vote was up by between 2,000 and 3,000, showing that the process of reunification of the different strands of unionism in Northern Ireland is going ahead. That's the most important result to me.
It's been suggested here, Mr. Powell, that the reduced majority in your constituency will affect your prestige among the Ulster loyalists and will diminish your chances of becoming their parliamentary leader.
Oh dear. Well, we shall have to see about that, shan't we?
Yes, we will indeed. What do you think is the truth of the matter?
I haven't given the question of my chances there a thought. The point is that we, the 12 of us, have fought as a single team for the second time in 1974. That is the central fact, and the increased Unionist vote in South Down gives emphasis to it.
Mr. Powell, do you take credit, as again has been suggested here this afternoon, for perhaps being the influential cause which, in saying vote Labour, which just tipped Labour over the line to a narrow majority?
I hope so. One can never prove these things. I hope so. And of course, from the point of view of those of us who are determined to see Britain outside the common market in its present form, this is a particularly gratifying result, since it is perfectly obvious that Labour would not be able to go on governing but for the votes of those whose sole object in voting Labour in Great Britain was to ensure that the renegotiation was carried on, the fundamental renegotiation, and that there was an eventual decision through the ballot box.
May I put to you a point which I would have put had I had a chance to do during the campaign, to suggest to you that you're a bit out of date on this point about fundamental renegotiation, because the Labour Party now is not as many would say, fundamentally renegotiating, because Mr. Callaghan has said he is not going to renegotiate the treaties, and therefore nothing in his renegotiation can affect the parliamentary sovereignty aspects which worry you so deeply.
Well, you have to explain how he can possibly square that with the precise words of a February manifesto, which were expressly reaffirmed in the manifesto on which the Labour Party fought this election. So far as I'm concerned, I believe they are the prisoners, willing or otherwise, of those promises which undoubtedly at the margin have secured them the right to govern at all.
Can I put to you what Lord Hailsham said during the campaign? Mr. Powell is so intent for personal reasons on ruining Mr. Heath that no attack, however violent, however irrational, is beyond him in his present frame of mind.
Well, there's only one person who ruined Mr. Heath, and that's Mr. Heath. As I told him in the House of Commons in 1972, it is absolutely fatal to attempt to govern on principles opposite to those on which you were elected. He needs no one else to ruin him after doing that.
Next piece is a speech from Enoch Powell that is somewhat not relevant to today, as he's quoting past chancellors / prime minister, but I think it's very relevant to today, and it maybe proves what has happened recently as you can date this broadcast from what I'm about to say, that as Britain, as a majority, has chosen to leave what is now known as the EU, these facts have been proven correct. Listen to what he says, and particularly at the end of this piece of the speech. And I will put links to the full speech at the end of the programme. And we'll be back after this.
I should like to pay a compliment to the Prime Minister. I'm sure this will not be disagreeable to him at a time when there are more brickbats than bouquets in the air around him. It cannot, it is true, be an unqualified compliment, but I trust it will not be despised on that account. In the days before 1974, James Callaghan was one of the doughtiest opponents of Britain's membership of the common market. He made many fine speeches, exposing the disadvantages, both moral and material, which would attend upon that fateful, though happily reversible step. He voted solidly through the session of 1972 against the European Communities Bill, an act still on the statute book unamended, which made our entry possible by stripping the British Parliament of its historic right to be the sole source of legitimate power in this realm. What is more, he indicated the minimum requirements of Britain's interests that must be met if we were to remain associated with the common market, and he made no bones about declaring that they were incompatible with that crucial section of the 1972 Act which abrogated Britain's political independence. Hopes therefore were high among patriotic Britons when in March 1974 none other than James Callaghan became Her Majesty's Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs. And it is at this point that the complimentary allusions which I am making have to be qualified, indeed very severely qualified. Yet I will draw, as best I can, the kindly veil of palliation over the dismal interlude which followed. Backed though he was by a large majority of his cabinet colleagues, as Harold Wilson has revealed in his recent book, constrained and strengthened though he was by his own words and actions of previous years, the Foreign Secretary succumbed in little more than 2 months to the mephitic atmosphere of the Foreign Office. His single-handed determination proved insufficient to make head against the serried Mandarin ranks which had closed around him. He was overborne and made captive by those who were determined that parliaments and politicians might come and go, but that this island should remain a predestined province of the new super-state of Western Europe. It's not my intention to harrow your feelings by recalling in detail the dismal and even disgraceful story of the year which followed. I hasten onward to the more hopeful present. For scarcely had the deluded voters recorded, albeit a minority vote, at the referendum for reaffirming the renunciation of Britain's political and parliamentary independence, when one class of a community after another discovered by practical experience that their interests had been betrayed and their credulity had been practiced upon. Every promised and predicted benefit was swiftly replaced by an evident disadvantage or disaster. British industry found the expanded market was a bonanza for their competitors. British commerce discovered that their trading surplus with the rest of the world was swamped by a deficit with Europe. The farmers found that they had exchanged the decisions of their own government for the ruthless exploitation of the common market rules by others to their disadvantage. The fishermen became aware that Britain's right to defend her fishing grounds had been surrendered in advance. Above all, the consumer, the housewife, and among consumers, the poorer consumers in whose budget food bulks largest, learnt that they had been deceived. They had been told that before Britain there stretched the prospect of a world of scarcity, a world of higher prices, a world that would no longer have a surplus to sell to Britain, and that they ought to be grateful to take refuge in the safety of Europe, where supplies would be safe and guaranteed, and priced upon the whole at levels advantageous in comparison. Of course, it was the opposite that happened. As the electorate had been warned by those to whom too few would listen, the world market speedily resumed its normal complexion, which for a century and a half had made Britain the crossroads of the oceans and given her people the highest standard of living of any industrial nation in the old world. Listen to what the Consumers Association had to say not long ago. Butter in the EC is 270% of the world market price. Skimmed milk powder, 330%. Beef, around 200%. And wheat, around 150%. I wonder how many electors would have voted yes in 1975 if those figures had been before them then.
When a beer is great, it deserves a great symbol. So we fashioned a tankard of gold to contain a beer as fine and as pure as gold. A beer called Gold Tankard, the start of a new age of golden beer. Gold Tankard, cool, clear keg beer, pre-chilled to golden perfection by Usher Vaux.
Your very first taste tells you Carnation is creamier. And when Carnation comes to the party, you'll taste the rich creaminess it adds to fruit salad. Pour it smooth and creamy over delicious Christmas pudding. And crown mince pies with its double rich goodness. It's truly festive fare with Carnation.
All the family love Carnation, 'cause it's double rich. Carnation!
Is your date afraid of lights?
No, I am, with this ghastly skin. I'm always washing like you told me, but even my super new perfumed soap hasn't helped.
Darling, perfume doesn't care for the skin. Purity does. You try my Fairy toilet soap. It's the purest soap possible, so it'll give the care your skin needs. Fairy's Purity can help keep it fresh and clear. Fairy, darling, electricity costs money.
But what's the use of having nice skin if nobody can see it?
For the fresh, clear skin you are meant to have, trust Fairy, the purest toilet soap possible.
Given lovely skin like this, what soap can you trust to keep it fresh and clear? Don't experiment. Simply choose the purest toilet soap possible. Fairy toilet soap. 99.4% pure. What makes Fairy so pure? Come in and see. Only the purest natural oils and fats go into Fairy toilet soap. Refined and purified, then repurified, screened through mesh finer than silk. This purity gives your skin the gentle care it needs. Don't experiment. Trust your fresh, clear skin only to Fairy Toilet Soap. It's 99.4% pure.
This next piece is from a BBC radio series called The New Elizabethans, and it's basically a bit of an introduction about the life and times of Enoch Powell, and you can listen to it and make of it what you will. It's an edited version. The full version I'll put a link to on my website, and I'll be back after this.
Welcome to The New Elizabethans. 60 programmes dedicated to the men and women who've changed this country or who reflect changes, good and bad, in British life during the Queen's reign. No political figure in our time has risen to such heights of fame and influence on such a brief, fragmentary career in office as Enoch Powell. For most of his 37 years in the House of Commons, he was an outsider. Yet he had a mesmerising influence on prime ministers and governments, an electric parliamentary presence, and for many years a fingertip ability to sway the public mood with a word or a glare.
Almost all politicians are morally motivated. I can't really imagine a politician who set out and said, now, my object is to do harm to my fellow human beings.
Some thought him a preacher of the truth and a philosopher king. Others a logician at sea with the realities of politics, even a fanatic.
Dare say there have been such monsters in history, but in real life they are extremely rare.
For decades, if they heard the one word, Enoch, people in politics would stir. Something was about to happen. He was a man who had dreamed of being Viceroy of India, and who, a little more realistically, wondered if he might one day lead the Conservative Party. The speech that made him famous put an end to that ambition. He became instead a relentless and baleful commentator on the evils of pragmatism in politics, and a crusader who lost more battles than he won. Yet in old age, out of Parliament, Cassandra regretted nothing. I may have failed, he said. That does not mean that I was wrong. No phrase catches him better. There was right and wrong for Powell, no in-between. That endeared him to admirers who were refreshed by his contempt for make-and-do political thinking, and often alarmed the others. His Conservative colleague Ian MacLeod said of him, "Poor Enoch, driven mad by the remorselessness of his own logic."
Final piece is really the legacy that Enoch Powell has predicted, and I'll leave the piece to speak for itself, and you can, as I say previously, and I say in all these pieces, I will leave you to make up your own mind on what the results of this is, and the only comment I'm going to say here is maybe there's a little bell ringing in your head, and I will be back after this.
In 1998, Enoch Powell died. All political careers end in failure, he had once remarked. His, forever associated with the rivers of blood speech, appeared to be no exception. The strong British identity which he had championed had lost out to the multicultural vision. Britain, it was even said, was now a community of communities. But events were about to bring Powell's thinking centre stage once more.
The rioting lasted for over 7 hours. At times, hundreds of Asian youths were hurling bricks and petrol bombs at the police. Officers were shocked by the rage and the ferocity of the fighting.
In 2001, Asian men, mainly Muslims, rioted in Oldham, Bradford and Burnley. They claimed they were racially provoked and economically disadvantaged.
Those whom the gods wish to destroy, they first make mad.
In his Rivers of Blood speech, Powell had warned that mass migration would lead to segregation. A report into the riots concluded that the white and Asian populations were living a series of parallel lives. There was a lack of shared values uniting multicultural Britain. Powell had prophesied that mass migration would lead first to segregation and then inevitably to disastrous racial and religious division.
It is like watching a nation busily engaged in heaping up its own funeral pyre.
This is London, 9:47 on a midsummer morning. The terrified voices are those of mourning commuters. Some of them terribly wounded.
In 2005, 4 Muslim suicide bombers raised in multicultural Britain killed 52 people in London.
Your democratically elected governments continuously perpetuate atrocities against my people all over the world, and your support of them makes you directly responsible. We are at war, and I'm a soldier. Now you too will taste the reality of this situation.
Powell would have, I think, said that this was an inevitable consequence of what he was warning about. That if you have such large numbers of people from another culture coming to this country that they cannot possibly integrate, then they will go their own way. The fact we have all these tensions, to my mind, justifies exactly what Powell said.
After 7/7, the chairman of the Commission for Racial Equality claimed that multiculturalism had left Britain sleepwalking to segregation. Even the architects of multiculturalism were dismayed by its unintended consequences.
The model we had was everyone would share the broad values of being British. What we did not expect was that there would be those who would unwisely suggest that, for example, Sharia law should be applied in this country, or that the punishment of stoning for adultery might be looked at, depending on the kind of stoning, to take a recent example. It never occurred to us that there would be those kinds of unwise challenges to the broad values of a liberal democratic society. And I can remember towards the end of Roy Jenkins' life, his saying to me, you know, we just didn't realize that in the struggle for race equality, we would have also to struggle for a secular society and for the universal values of human rights.
10 years after his death, many believe that Powell's arguments were often prescient. But mention of his name remains a taboo.
We must be mad, literally mad as a nation, to be permitted the annual inflow of some 50,000 dependents.
Powell had been horrified by immigration levels of 50,000 a year. 40 years on, they are over 300,000 a year, 6 times the figure. Many of the immigrants are white East Europeans. Migration has therefore lost much of its racial charge. But worries over the pressure on housing and services and a loss of identity are stronger than ever.
The word on the street is apprehension. The word on the street is that people are leaving if they can. If you look at the composition of people going, it's because they don't actually like what's happening to this country.
The sense of alarm and of resentment lie not with the immigrant population, but with those among whom they have come and are still coming.
I don't think we've yet effectively put over just how troubled many of our constituents are by this. And that's worrying, because if you allow things to brew, they can erupt in all sorts of ways, which then it's too late to actually counteract.
Powell's racially charged language led to the rejection of his ideas. His fears over a loss of common identity and the rise of segregation were ignored. Multiculturalism, which was seen as an antidote to virulent racism, took over. Powell had wanted to save his nation from disaster, but his rivers of blood speech inadvertently damaged the country he loved and condemned his career and his cause to the wilderness.
This piece is just a short interview with someone who you should become quite familiar with. His name is Nigel Farage, and he's being interviewed by a gentleman on Sky News, and he's trying to play a trick on him, but it didn't work. It's a very short clip, and I think it's quite relevant to what's going on right now. And you can draw your own conclusions on that, and I'll be right back.
I've got a quotation here about the impact of immigration on the existing population. For reasons which they could not comprehend, the indigenous population found themselves made strangers in their own country, their wives unable to obtain hospital beds in childbirth, their children unable to obtain school places, their homes and neighbourhoods changed beyond recognition. I mean, you'd agree with that, would you?
In a lot of England, that's true.
And you know where that's from, don't you?
I don't know.
Enoch Powell's Rivers of Blood speech.
Is it?
So-called Rivers of Blood.
Well, what he was warning about was that if you have a large influx of people into an area that change an area beyond recognition, there is tension. That basic principle is right.
So he saw it coming back in 1968?
No,
Enoch Powell saw it coming?
For different reasons. For different reasons, and on a completely different scale. I mean, when immigration was being discussed in the 60s and 70s and 80s, we were talking about an annual net inflow to the country of between 30 and 50,000 people a year. What we've had in the last 13 years is net 4 million extra migrants that have come to Britain. So we're dealing with something now on a scale that hitherto we couldn't have even
But it's about perceptions and realities as well, isn't it? Because Enoch Powell made that speech back in the 60s, predicted, and I've just read through it again, by 1985 that a quarter of the population would be born outside the United Kingdom. That didn't come to pass. But people think that. Do you know what the actual figures are now?
If you look at the figures in London...
No. What's the overall UK figure for people born outside the UK?
It's about 11 to 12%.
Yeah,
13%. All right. Okay,
but what do people think it is?
Oh, people probably think it's higher. And if we look at parts of the East End of London, for example, we find wildly different figures.
Yeah.
I mean, the point is
No. But it's that perception and reality that people actually think. An Ipsos Mori poll last week, 31%. That's what people think overall is the population born outside the UK, which is wrong.
The key to the immigration debate is, do our politicians have any control of it or not? And the answer is no.
Welcome back. I've had quite a short introduction tonight, as I felt the actual pieces would speak for themselves. I think the take from tonight's show can be many. If by chance you originally come from the UK and grew up during the period that I think is very possible that you have a very different view than maybe if you're coming to this subject and to learn about it from scratch. As I said during tonight's broadcast, those were very different times and the language was very different. However, you can see almost the birthplace of political correctness all those years ago. If nothing else, I hope you've learned one thing, which I think is that history has a habit of repeating itself. And ideas and actions that were thought ridiculous suddenly become not so. And maybe, just maybe, Enoch was right on Europe and other things. But I will leave you to draw your own conclusions on that. I just want to end with this. The current regime here in Canada has in the last few days advised us that this year alone they're going to bring in 250,000 refugees. And I ask you, if you're unhappy with this policy that has not been put to the people of Canada, just try and get a response from your so-called MP/representative and see how far you get before they pull out the race card. And then ask yourself, who do they really represent? There will be links on my website in the coming days for this podcast. Having said that, do your own research and come up with your own conclusion. Well, that's tonight's show. I hope you found it interesting, if not informative, because some of you may not have come across this person before, and I hope it was helpful. That's our show for tonight, and I hope everybody enjoyed the broadcast. Well, all that remains for me to say is thank you for joining us, and until next time, good night and God bless. Good night, everybody. Good night.
You're listening to WHBJ, Digital Talk Radio and History from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Hey, thanks for coming out, everybody. I appreciate it. I'm Hutch Bailey Jr. in the studio. We will catch you tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Spreaker.com/shows/Cold War Radio. Good night.